Welcome in, everybody, to the rebranded Splat World Cup. It is so cold right now. It is so early right now. It's 9 whole grains on the call with Magic. You know this duo comes out every time SWC rolls around. But Magic, I'm going to need your help to get through what will be another few hours of incredible Splatoon action today.
Almost certainly. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I would not miss this for the world. I will have to ask everyone to excuse me. I'm feeling slightly under the weather, so if I sound a bit nasally, I apologize. But it doesn't matter what conditions we have to go through to get here, what the conditions the players have to be in to get here. We are going to be watching some awesome gameplay. And 9, what do we have in store for us?
Well, this has been an ambitious undertaking getting this put together. It would behoove me to not mention that there are 3 other streams you can watch this morning here if you want to get some of the action. On YouTube at Splat Japan CH, KitKat and No Risk are going to be bringing you the action on the Japanese stream, and they are starting with Release versus FTWin. I know in my wonderful Mickey poll that I put out a couple days ago, a lot of you thought that FTWin was going to make a great run, and that would certainly be a great way to get it started. There's also a Spanish stream. Mino and Dilam are going to be bringing you the action there at Splatoon UCS on YouTube. And a Chinese stream, 2 of them in fact. AA and 97 Jochi are going to be bringing you the action from AA Desu's YouTube and 97 Jochi's Billy. So 5 places that you can watch this action, 4 different languages, and teams representing a lot of countries. We'll talk about all of them as we get further into the bracket. And there is a full bracket, folks, because we invited 10 teams this time. We'll talk just briefly about the rules since we have a nice double elim bracket here. It's going to be best of 3s all the way up to winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals. We have map lists already set, so we'll get to talk about these wonderful picks that the Japanese tournament organizers help us put together. We're already chuckling a little bit, but take a look at those rosters there, Magic. Some absolute killers there, up and down.
Almost certainly. A great showing from the Western side, as well as some newcomers as well into this international landscape from Australia, South Korea, and South America. It's honestly really nice to see all of these new faces, as well as getting to show a wide berth of teams and their potentials here.
So since we've got a little minute, we will be watching the Jackpot versus Rainbow Monaka Kai set. So some players on the Rainbow Monaka Kai squad may be pretty familiar to you all, especially if you did your homework and watched the last SWC event, because they had a pretty strong team there, Magic, named Today is the Best Day, and they have, I would argue, probably the best player under the age of however old Melon is in the world in Shuma. Man, this kid can do absolutely anything with those shooters.
No, most certainly, and we've gotten to see that on full display recently, definitely coming to prominence in a lot of social media posts and a lot of talks around the game and international talent on the Western side of the Splatoon scene. This player can do wondrous things, and even if he is incredibly young, which he is fast, he's going to be quick, he's going to be constantly going for those aggressive plays, and because of that, it is going to be so hard for these teams to try and work themselves around that, especially when you have a great roster to fill that out behind him in Nobunaga, one of the best snipers here in the world, really. Kontan and Garandou, right?
On the other side, Jackpot. You probably know these players if you're watching this stream, but we'll go ahead and put up the nice little sheet because, hey, these were translated into like 4 languages, everybody. This was not easy to put together here. So again, a big thank you to the entire tournament organizing staff for putting it together. But take a look right here. This is your North American representative for the Splatoon 3 World Championships that are just around the corner. Leafi, .Q, Jared, and Madness there. That has been the staple. And I've said this in the last couple of events, Magic, and it may be a little bit unfair for me to put them on this pedestal, but that's the standard they've set for themselves. I've been a little underwhelmed with how they've been performing recently compared to what we've seen in last events. They've dropped some sets to other strong North American teams when for a while they seemed almost untouchable. today I think is a big chance for them to make a statement against top competition from across the world, which is what they'll have to face if they want to do something that no North American team has done and be crowned world champion.
Exactly, Nine. It has been a little bit of a lackluster showing the past few events that we've seen from Jackpot. And that's not to say that they aren't still very strong. It's not to say that they aren't still the representatives at the World Championship for a reason, but maybe they haven't been as practiced. Maybe they're struggling to find their footing. Maybe they just had a couple of off days, right? We won't know for sure until this event is done and through. But there is a lot of teams that are really trying to punch out of their weight class, and Jackpot has the target on their backs.
Taking a look here at our map modes. As I mentioned before, this is not going to be using a counter pick system. We have a set map list here, so a change to make things just a little bit simpler. Yeah, I will remind folks that there are like 5 languages being spoken between all of these teams. So instead of making people try to translate amongst 3 different languages, somebody go in between. We are instead having a set map list here that will make it a lot easier. The trade-off is that we do get double elim, so more Splatoon to be had. Glam Blitz on Mako Mart, Splat Zones on Mincemeat Metalworks, and Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. Run from it comes all the same, if necessary, on game number 3. And I do want to also take a moment to note that some of the other matches currently going on here at the first card. In Rage Heroes, our Latin American team will be competing against Greasy Goblins. That was the winner of the Splatoon OCE qualifier that was held. And then Ikanabe, the South Korean team, will be duking it out against Moonlight in the other match. I already mentioned that Release will be playing FTWin over on the JP stream on their YouTube. And of course, we'll be bringing you the action here for Jackpot versus Rainbow Monaka Kai. But with all of that mouthful out of the way, they were already in the lobby and they're getting started. So let's officially kick off Splat World Cup here. I'm so excited to see what we go through. It looks like it is going to be the pencil on one side, and on the other, Nobunaga says no need for such things. We're going with the traditional charger.
Very, very interesting, right? As well as both teams pulling out the sloshers from Garandou and Jared. Wait a minute, already we're seeing the chaos start as one player does go down. Leafi on that tent umbrella is going to be trying to pave the path forward, but it is not going to be easy when you have to deal with that crazy prowess of that shooter, of that Shuma.
Yep, already you can see the pressure coming through here on the box. Jackpot's actually done a pretty good job of holding that left box after it really started to get away from them. They need to rotate over quickly, and fantastic work here, rowing all the way through, trying to go for another one and trading it off Jared. That's a delayed triple there, so even though some points are going to come off the board, it was looking pretty bad. I think they were 2 down when Jared finally took that fight, so a big individual play to pull them back into this game. We all know Mako Mart Clan Blitz, a lot can happen very quickly, but that goes the other way as well, as now Jared is down, and once again, the door is open.
Oh, the door is wide open, especially after an unfortunate bomb off of that tent umbrella shield. You have to be so careful when coordinating with your teammates to make sure that you do not accidentally get popped off of that big wall that is in front of you. Leafi gonna go down here once again. This Splash-O-Matic has been such an important weapon throughout the entirety of Splatoon 3's life cycle, and here we are seeing it on full display as it has every tool to get back in. Luckily, Jackpot also has the tools to get back in, and a crazy turnaround, twisting that Nobunaga as far back as he can go. Jared on this dually pick, so interesting. We saw it in the most recent 20XX, a couple of teams randomly pulling it out, and people didn't think it was super duper strong, but this crab has been seeing more and more use, Nine.
Yeah, more and more use. It's kind of an odd renaissance of the crab, which feels bizarre to say given what it's done here, but take a look at this. More points coming off the board. They have enough clams to take the lead. They will do so. Score those in. They're going to need a few more if they really want to drive this home, and they do have their pity clams still back at their basket if they're able to maintain some control. There goes Nobunaga down. Leafi coming over here might be able to take out another one there. Garandou gonna try to rotate around. They're dancing around the shield here, and Leafi's actually gonna get out as well. The scoring's probably not done here yet. They can push it if they so choose, but instead, it appears they're gonna retreat back to the middle of the map, maintain some control. Leafi gets a great shot once again, taking Nobunaga down, and takes down Shuma as well. So after it was all Rainbow Monaka Kai at the start of the game, Jackpot proving that they are here for a reason.
This is a great showing from Jackpot, all said and done. Even if they can't get these scores off here, they're showing that they are willing to do the dance. They're willing to tie the tango, especially with shots like that from Q. Oh my goodness. Being able to jump up and poke that around, the mobility of this snipe rider, so important to help maintain that pace. And it's a big reason why Charger is not picked most of the time in modes like Clan Blitz. The immobility is so important for trying to find their footing on offense.
Madness has a really important position right here. They're probably going to try to jump over to Shuma. Shuma goes down there, and yep, here they come. Nobody really called out where those jumps were coming from there, so 2 are able to land. They get taken out pretty quickly, and now 3 get taken out pretty quickly. This is starting to get pretty bad here, throwing those trip strikes to try to buy themselves a little bit of time, and it might have been enough, but no, Leafi does go down to a wayward shot from the Trizuka. Jared dives in to try to close it out and gets 2, gets 3. Shuma gets 2 there to save what could be an important push as they go through, and he gets it! He gets it all, and he gets another! This kid is unbelievable! He's still alive, he's still moving! I don't believe it! Everything we told you this kid could do, and he gets another!
My gosh! After such an incredible play from Jared, finally Jackpot is able to shut everything down, stop these players at the door. Jared literally dove in to find 3, and Shuma said, alright, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm just going to score this anyways. Wait, Q gets 1 down. That's a really important pick onto that squeezer. We're getting some movement here from Jared as well. Shuma isn't the only one that can dance. We're falling out boys who have time to get all these clams in. And that is going to be a 2v2 situation. These sloshers on the stacks able to fight one out. Madness is able to actually come up with this one. There's only 2 clams worth points left they need in the last 15 seconds of this game, and they're going to get it, Jackpots, with a resounding statement that they are still here.
What a wild game of Clan Blitz, back and forth. There was definitely a moment there where I think that Rainbow Monaka Kai, after Shuma went crazy, probably could have simply held on to mid, paint up a little bit, and rest on their laurels for the time being. But they went back in, they jumped back in, and that's where that wipeout came through. Once they lost that control of the map, you saw that whether it was because they got positioned right or they simply had the right cycle of specials, Jackpot moved up very quickly, baited different members to come out and attack them, and they handled that quite well. So, hey, a round of applause here for Jackpot. From a sheer roster perspective, this might be the strongest team in this event that they are going up against in Rainbow Monaka Kai. If they were able to get this win, this would be huge for the run for them throughout the rest of the event. And you got to give Jackpot credit here. 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., whatever it is, they came up and prepped and ready to prove that this is their time.
Yeah, and they look wide awake, right? Able to hop on every opportunity, able to hold strong, right? It's so easy. We see so often in these teams versus from the Western side against these strong Japanese rosters, we often see that they get overwhelmed and get completely boxed out into their spawn, but we did not see that this time. And whether it was Q's coolers, whether it was a strong positioning, right? Like Madness throwing out those trip strikes to just give everyone just a little bit more time with perfect placement. That is the kind of not tenacity, I think is the right word, that we're seeing from this roster. It's very, very cool because Macrobart's such a snowbally map, and Jackpot did not let it get away from them.
And the individual plays that they had to make in order to keep that game up is such a nice sight to see, because we're so used to seeing maybe one player go crazy for a game and then the rest of the team isn't able to follow up on it. Jared made so many great individual plays to keep that game in arm's reach. and the rest of the team made good on it. Now we're going to move on to a map mode that we just flatly do not see here in the United States or at any point of Western Splatoon that I would say in mincemeat, well, mincemeat anything, frankly, but Splat zones as well. So listen, we all understand why we never saw it before. There were ear leaders and crabs running around and machines to make it difficult. It appears that one of those machines is going to be coming back here to show us why we didn't play this a whole lot on the side of madness, but it's actually going to be Leafi on the tent umbrella who gets the first one out. That's Kontan already gone. They're going to get control of the zone and strike first, although it does appear that that sniper has a thing to say about it.
Most certainly, these walls are going to be so hard to break through. Nobunaga.
I think he got 3 there.
Yeah, that was a crazy sequence. And here again, we're going to have to see, can these players get all the way up into the base? ZerraZ's pushing forward to try and combat that, keeping the pressure against the rest of the team, trying to split them up, and that's exactly what he's doing, buying a lot of time and finding these picks. It gives Leafi time to build up the Zuka, it gives Q time to build up that cooler, but not if Nobunaga is able to stand forward like that. A little bit of a misstep in that pacing, and that's going to be their crutch going down. They do capitalize on this zone, they are able to cover it, but that is still a very, very tough situation.
Yeah, but one of the things that it said earlier on the stat sheet for this team is the real thing about it wasn't Shuma or wasn't Garandou or any of these crazy players who have all these accolades. It was if their charger player Nobunaga could find the rhythm. And listen, I mean, Magic, you and I commentated Takechi, the E-leader player, absolutely single-handedly winning this map in Area Cup. Nobunaga can absolutely get it done. He's already had 3 or 4 really, really fantastic shots there. When you fear that laser, it changes how you do. Look how far back that crab had to go. And again, it's going to be Nobunaga taking that one out. Thankfully, they were able to at least pick one player out there. I believe it was Shuma who went down, but you can see they're pushing in, but now they're a little bit haphazard, or a little bit cautious rather than try to move in. They don't want to approach haphazardly, because look at that already. They're looking, and with one already down here and a crab and specials coming through, they're probably going to have to seed this zone, and they do.
I don't think I've ever seen a charger more fearless than Nobunaga right now. Just complete and utter total control of this map. It doesn't matter if 2 players are down, he's going to step forward. It doesn't matter if Q's got a laser pointed directly at him. He's going to try and find Jared here. He's going to try and help cap this zone as the time is ticking down. Jackpot is in a great spot to try and make more progress on this timer. Unfortunately, Q goes down. There's a couple more that's going to be dipping into the spawn area. There's still no cap on this zone. It's Nobunaga all the way in the backfield. Has to jump out. Wait a minute. It seems like finally Jackpot's starting to dismantle their footing.
Yeah, they've actually done a fantastic job of identifying where the attack was going to come from there. And now look at this. They aren't sure if they should fire at Leafi or go some other way. They are going to fire at Leafi. All those shots end up missing. If any of those had hit, this game could be over. Instead, they're going to run up. Another one goes down. It's going to be Garandou and Nobunaga here. Nobunaga has the special. They're going to have to throw it at the zone. They're going to have to throw it there quickly. Did Shuma respawn in time? Oh my god, Magic, could this actually happen here? They're painting at the zone. Everybody firing through. Shuma goes down. They're going to paint. It's just Garandou now trying. He goes down. It's just Nobunaga. He's not going to be able to outpaint Q. Surely he's going to fire at the zone. Shuma's back there painting, but no! Jackpot knocks out Rainbow Monaka Kai in round 1 of the Splat World Cup!
We were discussing beforehand how this could be one of the finals matches in terms of the strength of these players, in terms of the seeding. This is very easily one of the most tenable matchups to find a good long series. And Jackpot just won that thing 2-0, sending Rainbow Monaka Kai down to the losers bracket. My goodness, that was destructive. 9.
It was, and once that the initial opening of the game where Rainbow Monaka Kai really seemed like they were a cut above Jackpot, Nobunaga hitting some shots there, people moving forward. Once it got into the team play segment of the game, you saw how strong Jackpot looked, and that is Jackpot at their finest, when their team play is working through, when they have their cooler up, when Jared is being incredibly slippery. And look, I've been very vocal in my thought that the best comp that Jackpot has is when they have Jared on the end zap and Q on the ballpoint. They have clearly been working on this. They have found a new way to allow Jared to really be the slippery survivalist that he is and still have .Q be very productive on that ballpoint there. The proof is in the pudding, and everything that I wanted to see from this team today, I'm getting that and more to start it out. Now, Magic did bring up a great point. This is not like the formats of old. There is a loser's bracket component to this. So while this is technically the first time that a North American team has won a round 1 matchup against their JP opponents when the JP opponent was seated high on there, it is not yet done. What's that thing that the kids like to say? Job's not over. We still got work to do. Plenty to be done. But what an incredible opening, and Jackpot has to feel fantastic about the way they're playing.
Most certainly. I know I've seen tweets and streams from Jared where he said that he wants to be more on that aggressive, that he feels like he's much better when he's fighting and being that playmaker. And you could see it right there. It was very much in his style, and he was such an incredible difference maker. I think Madness also really showed up there and was helping Jared out in pushing those players back. Leafi on that Tenterbrella, after a couple of missteps in that Mako game, really started able to paving the way for Jared. Like, just everything was working together so well. That is the Jackpot team play that I've been missing, quite honestly.
Well, they are looking sharp, and I want this to continue. Jackpot are the sorts that are quite confident in themselves in their play. Jackpot with momentum, la-di-da-di-da. You all have seen them run through brackets here. I don't need to talk them up any more than I already am, but I mean, confidence for a team like that can do a lot. And if they've been a little less busy, if they've stepped away to maybe play some other games, take a little break, you can't be guns blazing all the time. There are going to be some down periods, and for them to, address some of that and come out with a win like this is a huge deal. I right now am stalling somewhat because I'm trying to look at some of the other streams to see if any of the matches have happened already, and I don't think any of the other matches have started yet. So Magic, we've got a little moment here. You can see here on the bracket, we don't have a single matchup, but I've got 3 other streams open right now. My bitrate is getting throttled, but thankfully this is just a audio medium, and I don't have to have a great picture. But Release versus FTWin has not started yet. We're keeping an eye on that one, another hot matchup. And then, of course, the other two, Enrage Heroes versus Greasy Goblins, and Ikanabe versus Moonlight. So, actually, Magic, since we've got a little moment here, why don't we talk about some of these other matchups that are coming up here? It'd be a shame not to utilize some of the beautiful graphics that have come up. So,
right,
which matchup do you want to discuss first?
Giving me all this decision. Why don't we talk about Enrage versus Greasy Goblins, Enrage Heroes versus Greasy Goblins, right? These are 2 teams that I know fairly well at this point. Enrage Heroes, obviously the combination between Enrage and Miquelon Heroes. A solid team that we've seen at the higher end of the Western play for a long time now. These players, very much names that any player will recognize, right? One shot, incredible backliner. Lex and Cass are such a solid frontline duo, such a solid duo together. They've been playing for so long. Jeff is one that I don't know, haven't seen a ton of play, but they've always been on the higher end, and they have showings where they can really put dents in these like top echelon teams. It's just going to be a matter of if they have a good day today. That is my gut feeling right now. Are they going to have that A-level game that they have, or the B-level where they're still strong, they're still having these high-placing finishes, but they're not quite getting to that point where they're pushing the boundaries?
And their opponents, Greasy Goblins. Those of you who have followed Australian Splatoon, New Zealand Splatoon at all know that it's this team and then it's everybody else for the time being here. With no disrespect to their competitors here, that's how the scene would call it out for you right here. It's the representative from Oceania who won this year's official Australia-New Zealand Championship 2023. They've got the frontline power. They've got the renowned Charger player Latias, who's been doing this at a high level for about as long as you can do it. And they've got Remy as well, playing support shooters. But this has been an aggressive team that has fought through everyone. They are not a stranger to this SWC stage. They haven't quite gotten the victory that they want, but it's just come through. Oh my goodness. Way to talk about it. Way to call this one. 2-1. They managed to beat Enrage Heroes, if I'm not mistaken. Now I'm just double checking here to make sure that I have this right. That's what's been reported, at the very least here on the challenge. So we will, again, try to make sure that this is verified. But I just got done saying they haven't gotten the victory on this stage to really get the momentum rolling. And as I say it, they report their victory 2-1 over Enrage Heroes. They'll be up against Starburst, and I believe that's going to be the match that we'll be commentating next, Magic.
Talk about happy coincidences. No, but really, that's a great result for them. Nex and Linc are such strong frontliners that have really been trying to find their hey, we're really good kind of victory, right? Latias has had plenty of following and notoriety within the scene, and obviously for good reason. She's very strong and very good at what she does. But really, Nex and Linc and Remy have all been trying in these international level events and have not quite found what they needed to yet. I'm really excited to see if this roster can make a deep-ish run tonight. Like, that's such a fun win and such a fun team to watch because Nex is so crazy with the movement. If you saw Shuma, like, Nex can honestly match that. And then Linc is such a cerebral kind of slosher player, right? I'm very excited to see what Greasy Goblins does, and if we are going to be watching them, I'm going to have plenty to say.
Well, we can just go ahead and start talking about that then, because our other set is still going on right now. Ikanabe is currently locked in battle with Moonlight here. I've been looking a little bit. Unfortunately, the overlay isn't showing me entirely who's currently competing or who's currently winning, who has taken games, if anyone. But that set is already underway. It is currently being fought out. So we'll go ahead and give you those updates as we go through. For the time being, as I'm seeing it, it does appear that Moonlight is currently winning this game on tower control, Eeltail Alley, but they are not winning it by a whole lot. This Ikanabe squad from South Korea did only lose to the Greasy Goblins, and at least from what their team card says, it was a close matchup. So keep an eye on that. They are making a push right here, and I may as well go ahead and take you all the way through this push. So Magic, go ahead and start to think about what you want to say about Starburst, the team that everything has already been said about, because they are pushing through here, and Ikanabe has taken the lead away. Still 2 minutes left. A couple Trizukas coming out from them. They have not broken through the checkpoint as well. 63-56 on Eeltail Alley tower control. I'll give you those updates as they come through.
Oh, I have to know. What is in the hands of Bagel?
Well, it's not an E-leader, but it is a charger.
Okay. I'm fine with that. That's all I wanted to know.
Another push has started here. It does appear that Ikanabe is pushing, and they're in a much better position this time to take a few more points. Both teams jockeying for specials, and it's actually going to be the specials out of Moonlight that are going to take some control of the center of the map, at least for the time being. We are getting word that both of our actual current teams are getting to the lobby. 3 are now down on the side of Moonlight. It's about to be 4. Things are not looking good for them, at least in this game, but unfortunately we have duties to attend to. Starburst is entering the lobby right now. Let's talk about this stalwart.
So, Starburst has had a bit of a, not a reincarnation, really, but I think that I've been enlightened. And that is because of one player and one player only, and that is Ant. And I didn't realize how much of a centerpiece he was for this team until that showing in Idol. And until looking back at Riptide 2021, where they really popped off, right? And it's in these moments that you find that Ant is really stepping up, that he is legitimately just outclassing, outmatching, outplaying people consistently. And it's so great to see that he's back, and it is completely reinvigorated the Starburst roster. Of course, you've got Ice, who's been around for as long as possible and has been on teams like FTWin and on the first few iterations of Starburst, who has claimed many victories. Goss, a strapping new frontliner, and of course Bagel, one of the most solid support backline players you will ever see.
Yeah, it is a full-on flip, and I agree with you. There are not a whole lot of players that I would say could come onto a roster like this and keep it up at the pace, except for Ant, and that's partially because, of course, Ant has played with this team for years, but that's not the only reason. It is what Ant brings. It is his unnatural game awareness, I would say.
Yeah.
And that's a one-sheeter if I've ever come up with one to describe a player. But every time that there's a wild play to be made in any of these high-level sets, Ant's at least there to have a try at it. And in the Fresh 4 championship years ago, in the Rainmaker game, the set that maybe started the Starburst era over FTWin, he got 3 at the very end of a Rainmaker game on the Reef, and I don't even know why he was positioned where he was, but he got all of them with the 96, and he closed out that and ushered in a new era of Splatoon. So he is an unbelievably strong player and has been doing it at this level for a really long time. And Goss, well, listen, we know what Goss can do. Goss is an unbelievable player, I would say one of the biggest winners of Splatoon 3 out of all players in terms of what this game has meant for his career. He was a solid player back at the end of Splatoon 2 with the 52 gal deco, Kensa 52 rather. But it's nothing like what he's been able to do here in 3. So this is a reload for certain. And it'll be a tough task for the Greasy Goblins to keep pace. I do have a quick update here as we only have a few seconds left in the game time. It does appear that Moonlight got the victory over Ikanabe. They at least won that last game and people left the lobby. Generally speaking, that's usually it. But it was close, folks. If you didn't know what South Korean Splatoon could bring to the table, if that's what Ikanabe is able to do against Moonlight, our number 4 US team, tells you all you need to know about what that team is building.
I can't wait, and I hope that we do get to talk more about Ikanabe, but I do believe we are in lobby and rearing to go for this match. We are going to see the same maps that we saw during the last match that we just watched. That is because this is technically round 2. If we look at the bracket again, we'll see that the Greasy Goblins match was kind of off to the left from the majority of matches. That's because it was in the first round, double elim, brackets, yada yada. We're going to go back to these maps, which we've already seen, so we don't really need to introduce too much.
Isn't that nice? Nice to dive right into it, and dive in we will. Same maps, same modes. You know them. You maybe love them. Maybe you don't. But getting started. No real surprises on either side. If you've got one of these pencils, you're going to bring it in. Although, I blinked and missed it. Bagel's playing pencil these days? What?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Tell me about that.
Well, Bagel's been more on this supportive playstyle, right? And letting Ice continue to be an aggressive playmaking player has to be on something more like a shot, more like an aggro, in order for things to really pan out the way that they want to in their playstyle. In that this kind of stronghold, we're gonna wait you out, we're gonna paint you out, we're gonna make sure that this is gonna be a clean win every time. And that's what they've been doing. Speaking of clean wins, that was a clean first couple of picks from Greasy Goblins, but Ant is going to have something to say about that nice Kraken chasing after that crab tank. And that's going to at least put a dent in this push for the Greasy Goblins.
Yeah, they were really starting to get a hold of that map there, so a stabilizing force like that is a big deal. Goss's suction bomb, rather, is going to get that one there, and now it appears that the Greasy Goblins still trying to make something out of this push, and you can maybe hold on just a little bit, take some of these power positions, and bring the troops back together, diving down, and yeah, that 96 gal not going to give you the fight that you would like there against Linc. So now Nex is going to be trying to identify where they are and then fall off the side of the map. I gotta say, the Greasy Goblins have been giving Starburst everything they can handle right now, but they can't get out of their own way in some sense.
Yeah, that is very much true. Finally, we see Remy able to catch a couple of players, a couple of nice shots, but Ant is just going to keep battling back. This has been such a scrappy match, and it seems like Starburst hasn't even gotten the chance to leave their side of the field, and maybe that's intentional from the Greasy Goblins. They want to just keep on pushing, keep overwhelming, and it makes sense considering these players, Linc, Remy, and Nex, all really want to be at the forefront in the action and trying to make plays, and for good reason. They can contend with the best, and they're contending with Starburst right now as we see one player go down, and this Crab is going to have such a good opportunity here. The triple ink strike able to at least push them away, but even though this cooler is online, they have, and this Kraken is able to do such good defensive work. Greasy Goblins has just not let loose of this hold.
No, they have been the better team for the majority of this game right now. It isn't even that they snuck through and got one push when you weren't expecting. They had to work hard. I would say, honestly, this is almost a little bit of a disappointment the way that they only got those points out of there with how cleanly they have been outpacing Starburst for this time. Still 2 minutes on the clock, a lot of time left to be had, and because they went in and got that push, this is the first time they've really opened things up for Starburst to try to work their way through. One already does go down. That's their shot out of the way. So there's an opportunity here for Starburst. They're going to jump right through, and they're going to take that opening and score some points with it.
They're going to have another power clam able to dunk it in. That's going to be at least a good amount of room between the lead that was and the lead that is. Another one getting through here, and all of a sudden Greasy Goblins, although they are strong on offense, they seem to be crumbling on this defense. Starburst finally in that position that they want, where they are completely locking you out. Even though we're going to see Nex get a couple of picks here, there's still a lot of clams being thrown in. A couple of nice last-ditch effort points from Ice, and that push is finally going to go down. But talk about a mountain to climb. That is going to be tough.
Yep, and it's only one opening at this level. Starburst running all the way through there. Great work there to take out Bagel very quickly and actually score on top of it. Hold on a minute, they've got a couple down here, and if they get a couple more of these players and get some sustainability out of this, there's a real opportunity.
They've got cooler.
They do have coolers. Starburst not the type of team to simply run in and try to fight. You're going to see them use their subs and specials a lot to try to ward off the enemy. And it appears for the time being that they've done just that enough. Now, Remy got behind them there. They do have their pity clam if they can try to work a jump in, but it appears they've thought better of it. I think Latias might have actually grabbed it at the end of that, so... Oh no, this is another power clam that she's built up. So actually, they're in a great position here, Matt. They've got their cooler up. They've actually got enough power clams to have a serious chance at this lead, and with 30 seconds left, they should have one more opportunity.
Right, falling back here, saving this power clam and not trying to do anything too crazy means that they're going to have one last chance and one last push. I really like the fact that they stepped off the gas there when they needed to. Fortunately, Starburst took that opportunity and decided to run them down the road. We're going to see Remy trying to dive in, make a play here. He's going to be going all the way down, popping that crab tank at quite an opportune moment to try and maybe get some jumps, maybe just try and draw as much attention as possible. Not going to be able to throw it in on the landing, and Remy's going to have to try and fight for it afterwards. Able to find one, but it's not going to be a lot of room to play with here. Linc is the only one left standing on the map and trying to find this power clam, but unfortunately it's Bagel that is completely dominating over it. Latias going to try and find a couple of shots, but no poke through. That snipe rider is not going to be making a mark on this page. Greasy Goblins off to a great start, but could not finish things out.
No, and man, you talk about that decision there to send the crab behind like a kraken and try to get a jump to it there. Those two power clams would not have gotten them the lead even if they had both found what they were shooting for. It's an interesting call to make in that situation. It's one of those moments where you're just like, I gotta hurry, we gotta do something right here. Okay, I'm behind them, they see me. I guess I'll just use my crab tank, jump to it if you can type of scenario. But absolutely a great showing from the Greasy Goblins in that first game. Again, they really controlled the first 90 seconds of it in a pretty dominant fashion, I would say. Yes, Ant was able to stall them out in a couple times, but they proved that they belong on the same field right now as Starburst. There's just some of those big moments on the defensive side where they couldn't quite figure things out.
And saying that you belong on the same stage as Starburst is something that I did not think we would hear about an Australian team in a long time, but they most certainly deserve it, right? they're showing up. That is what matters. They're throwing themselves. Not only that, they're throwing themselves at Starburst with their game plan, with the game plan that they've had this entire time, and still making it work. And that shows that it has not been just some fluke. It has not been just, you know, the leftovers of that scene. These are players that are here for a good reason. And I want to see them really try and take off on this mincemeat map. I would honestly say this is where Starburst is stronger, and they're going to have, again, a very hard fight ahead of them. But I think that they can still make it work. They just need to get a couple more solid plays. They need to just change up their composition just a little bit, put Linc on something that he's a lot more comfortable on. And I think that they can really do this.
They're going to have a few more seconds here to get ready. Just a report from the other side of the bracket. Currently, FTWin up 1-0 over Release right now, and it is a hotly contested match here in Mincemeat Metalworks zones right now. Right now, Release does have the lead with 20 seconds left, but FTWin in a position to take the zone and send it into overtime if need be. So that's another crazy match that's going on.
I'm so glad that even at the beginning of the day, we have such good matches already. This is what I want to see out of this kind of top of the top international level event that we haven't seen in things like Area Cup, that we haven't seen in previous Splat World Championships, where it's names from all sides are really getting their turn and taking their chance and pushing each other to the limits across borders. And that is something beautiful about that. We're getting into the second game here. Starburst trying to advance themselves into a deeper winners bracket run. Greasy Goblins trying to fight and stay, and they're going to be using that E-leader, Latias, known for it.
Here we go. You can play at some wicked ranges here. Watch what that weapon is able to do, not only from their own car, but from their perch on the defensive side. You can really make it difficult, especially if the opponent hasn't played against an E-leader in a while, to know where they can come from, where they can set up their pivots and their specials. But on the other side, it's, again, because they've enabled Ice to go with this more attacking style player, it means that Ice is able to use another lethal bomb weapon, and that totally changes, again, what your backliner has to do here, how you can move them around, and how you can separate them. That's really what this is meant to do. If you can get your backliner in a position where they cannot directly contribute with what the frontliners are doing, you can almost look at it as playing a 4v3.
Exactly. We're going to see the cap go out for the Greasy Goblins, but getting it right back is Starburst. We see Ant, again, behind these walls has just been so aggressive, right? And has no fear of getting sniped by that charger, especially when you can just pop that Kraken and go invincible. No fear of getting sniped down from that. We see Starburst in their stranglehold. This is where they're strongest, is when they have this offensive push. They're able to push up, but Goss is not able to find anyone with that Zuka. Great shot from Latias, and this is going to turn the tides. We see these aggressive crabs from Remy doing so much work to push back the members of Starburst. Because of that, Greasy Goblins is finally in a position where they're forward. They have the chance to keep Starburst back and keep them at arm's length so that Latias can snipe them. We do see that Ice goes down 9.
Yeah, Ice went down there, but they got the lead back there very quickly. So I'm not sure. It does appear that the Greasy Goblins are trying to find different ways to send sharks up at certain spots underneath drops and get their attacks that way. As I was going to say, Ant, if you find a way to get across there, I'm just going to call you a cheater flatly there. That's exactly what that grade is meant to stop, and you still almost got across it. But they haven't quite found the way that they want to attack or pressure their opponent. They've done a really good job of breaking out here and finding their way back to zones a couple of times now. But again, because maybe it's good positioning from Ant or Bagel, they haven't really been able to push up. You see that Latias there wasn't able to close out Bagel. And now Ant's moved back over here. They've got Ice with some protective fire. So again, it's good that they've kept even here, but that was a 4v4 scenario, and they gave up the zone in all of it. So clearly the formula has not quite been found yet.
Though this is the most important pick, I think. Bagel has been the safe player. Bagel has been what has been locking down this map, and with him gone, they at least have a chance to try and break back in, to try and find their footing again. But no, Goss is up on this right side, able to poke things out. The sloshing machine hitbox is so strong and so prevalent from these ranges. Latias really wants to try and step up and find some picks. You could see that she wasn't having enough of an impact earlier, that she's trying to find her way forward, but not able to do so. The members of Starburst are in the base of Greasy Goblins, and they're trying to close this one out for good.
Yep, Ice does go down there, but it's okay because he was second in line and the others are still back there. 10 seconds, they're going to have to throw themselves at the zone. And with just 5 more, they'll try to make it happen, but nothing doing there. Starburst, steady as they come. The one time that they get to move all the way up, they do so. They put a special there. They sneak Ice up, and they go 2 for 2. And in the wins, 2-0. Congratulations to Starburst. They'll be moving on. The Greasy Goblins will drop down to the loser side, so their day is not yet done. But Starburst, every bit of the team that we've come to expect from this brand.
Oh, 100%. Again, just the combination of Bagel, who is the most safe, consistent support you will ever see, in combination with the prowess of Ant and a Goss and an Ice, who are these aggressive savants. It's just so hard to break through. It's just so hard to find consistent picks, and that's what we saw, right? Greasy Goblins were making these plays. They were making solid pushes. They seemed like they were making strong progress, but there's just a foundation that is almost unshakable when you're playing Starburst, and if you can't find a way to uproot it, you're never going to be able to pluck that plant, to get those points that you need. Because every time you think you're about to start getting on a roll, getting those points, they're right back at you. You have to chip them down. You have to wait them out. But I don't think the Greasy Goblins was ready to adapt to that.
Well, and the margins are so slim, too. I think it was at 20XX in one of the, I believe it was Comet X versus Fiesta sets, when we passed it back over to Gem from Squid School. I think his quote was, "All right, this set just showed me how hard top-level Splatoon is." And it's true. The windows for everything are so unbelievably thin. You think that you've got one small opening, you've got them pushed forward, and then a wayward bomb, or you get hit by one shot from the 96, and you know that anything else could take you out at that point. It really is difficult. You don't have a lot to say if the opponent is playing well. You just have to find the margins and get your victories from those positions. But of course, much easier said than done, as we have noted.
So rough. And like you said, Greasy Goblins, they still belong here. They're going to have a chance to redeem themselves in the losers bracket. If we could pull that up. There's still a lot of Splatoon left to be played. Starburst, though, is going to be fighting the winner of Release versus FTWin. Do we have an update on that match?
Yes, I do. We are hot in game number 3 right now.
Woo!
And it is, of course, on tower control, of course, on Inkblot Art Academy. FTWin managed to push it all the way down to 15 points. But, as I say that, right now, Release is making a push as well. And, all right, my man died in the stratosphere right there. We won't talk too much about that. But this has been a crazy fight. FTWin did lose the checkpoint there. There's only 40 seconds left on the time. They got the wipeout, and they have control of the center of the map, so they are in a good position with the lead. But again, they did lose that checkpoint. There's one opportunity left for Release. They're going to have to fight through FTWin first. I'm going to talk you through this right here. Burstie going to be on the tower, really painting it up. Trying to be stable here, waiting for the specials to come out of Release, who have to move back through. Biscuit gets an incredible shot with that inkjet, now trying to headhunt and go for another. Not able to close that one out. They did get 2 of the other members down. That's a delayed 3 down. 10 seconds left now on the clock. Burstie is on the tower. Biscuit watching over the tower. We're in dive position, folks. They're going to move through, try to get to the tower, and they will not do it. FTWin will beat Release here.
Wow.
Which means 2 of the Japanese squads are going to be in the losers bracket very early. FTWin will move on. And how's this for poetic? To play against Starburst in winners round 2 of the Splat World Cup 2023 autumn, folks.
What in the world is going on? That is all I have to say. And Moonlight has the opportunity to do the funniest imaginable thing and knock out GodsHells. to create a 4-team North American sweep into the winner's semifinals. Think about that.
And my, oh my. Can you believe it, folks? Can you believe what we're seeing here today? I mean, we said earlier that, you know, if there was ever going to be a time, whether it be because there's 4 North American teams or Koshins going on or what have you, like this would be the time for a North American team to finally, after over 2 years, almost 3 years at this point, claim one of these Splat World Cups in the SWC brand. And well, we got 3 of 4 on the winner's side, so you have to think that the chances are going to be pretty good at this point. What a showing there from FTWin. Stable and so impressive for a team that's recently come back together. ZerraZ being the best 4th for them. You imagine that at some point they'll probably try to look for a North American 4th player if they do want to enter some of the official events and try to compete for that world championship that they've been wanting for so long. But for the time being, you cannot argue with the method, you cannot argue with the results. And in the year 2023, Magic, almost 2024, we once again will have Starburst versus FTWin for a trip to winners finals.
I don't think people understand how crazy it is to see the name FTWin still, right? Because we're talking back as far as the Inkstorm Cup, when FTWin swept everybody off their feet as their first showing as the super team. And for them to be going for almost 5 years at this point, and still showing up, and still finding resurgence after resurgence to show their dominance in North America. It's impressive, and it is great to see them back in this full form. It's truly something special, and the fact that we are going to see a reprise of this almost inevitable matchup, right? I think if there was any equivalent to the Mango Armada rivalry, it has to be this, right?
I mean, I can't really think of who else it would be. I mean, I guess it depends on if you view Mango Hungrybox as a rivalry. Those two tend to just one can never beat the other for like 2 years, and then that flips back the other way. But from a reformed standpoint, coming back after taking a break, I think it's absolutely the perfect comparison to make between these two. FTWin coming back here like Armada's Fox did after many years away. So we'll see. I know that we are probably waiting on the winner of Jackpot versus Moonlight and GodsHells. I'm hopping between all the streams to see if I can find maybe if that set is currently ongoing. But in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about these two teams, because funny enough, GodsHells and Moonlight we did not get to talk about at all in the earlier stages of the bracket. So I mean, let's, I guess, go ahead and start with Moonlight here, since I know that's the team that a lot of our viewers are going to be more familiar with. And then we can hop over to GodsHells. You can see it right there, Magic. This is a team that's a fan favorite for a lot of reasons.
And fan favorite, I think, is an understatement, right? They have a certain level of, not to be cheesy, but star power on this team, right? The fact that Bagel and Omega and Shadow all have this, I don't want to call it notorious presence, but this wide reach, right? That they have so many players that are rooting for them, so many people that want to see them succeed. And I think that gives them a kind of boost that other teams don't quite have. Basil and Omega and Shadow, and even Nolan are all still pretty young, even though they've been playing for such a long time. And they've been able to hold on to this high level style of play for a long time, and they finally, within this last year, as forming as Moonlight, finally started to get up into that final tier of play. And it's been awesome to see. While they haven't had a super duper strong results, and while they haven't probably taken as many victories as they want to claim themselves in that top level of North American play, they're definitely here to stay. This is a team that is going to keep showing up, that is going to keep proving that they belong in this roster of incredible teams, in this roster of teams that have been playing for years and showing that they are the best. They want to prove that they can be there as well.
On the other side, they're going to be playing up against GodsHells, which is, I mean, just kind of a brutal name to put the opponent up against. MiraMia, Gehorin, Azoo, and Co. Maybe a team that our viewers aren't as familiar with. Co and Azoo, I would say probably more popular back in the Splatoon 2 era, and you can see why when they both have Squeezer in their roster. This was a couple of very strong Squeezer players. And of course, we know that the Squeezer is quite good right now, but it's a Fortress team on yielding defense through close coordination. And whether for joke or for real, they've all put Clam Blitz as their favorite. So this is a team, again, if you're not up to snuff here, you see, to go back to something we discussed earlier, how small the margins are at the top level of Splatoon 3. The game just continues to get faster, and players get faster alongside their decision making. So we're going to go ahead and I think pivot back over now. It does appear that Moonlight and GodsHells is a little bit behind. So it appears they haven't started yet. So instead, we might be pivoting over to Starburst versus FTWin. And if that's our pivot option, you know that it's good stuff, because man, what a set that we would be able to watch here. We'll of course wait for the confirmation. Wanted to also briefly talk about the bottom side of the bracket there, because Rainbow Monaka Kai is playing against Enraged Heroes. Release will be up against Ikanabe there. So those two teams, or those two matches, will be happening in losers round 1. The winner of Release and Ikanabe will be playing against the Greasy Goblins, and the winner of Rainbow Monaka Kai and Enraged Heroes will be playing against the loser of GodsHells and Moonlight, the matchup that we just discussed. So the two Japanese teams that are in the bottom of the bracket would not technically have to meet until losers round 4, if they indeed make the run. So the JP squad kill will have to wait a few more matches if we are to see it, but we will wait then. It does appear that we'll be swapping over to Starburst.
Sounds good. It is so unfortunate if you're Enraged Heroes and Ikanabe to just go into the losers bracket like, all right, let's give them the what for. Let's fight these North American teams and show them what's up. And then they run into Rainbow Monaka Kai and then Release. I can't even. That's so unfortunate. Oh, but however, if Ikanabe does pull off the craziest upset that we've ever seen and rematches Greasy Goblins and loses round 2, that'd be awesome. That'd be crazy hype. I would love to see that.
That would, you talk about putting South Korean Splatoon on the map, like,
yeah, I'll do it.
Way that would be. Well, and I mean, let's talk a little bit about that as we're waiting to get pivoted back over to Starburst versus FTWin, because the goal of this event for the longest time, and Oda has been working on this for such a long time, and building different TO teams and forging these relationships over oceans and language barriers, is he has wanted to create a true World Cup where every country has a representative, at least one representative. And, you know, because of, again, language barriers and time zone differences, it's never really come forward in the fashion that it is right now. They've slowly worked in teams, of course, from the oceanic regions. I know he's been working for a long time to get a South Korean team in, to get a team from China. He's really wanted to create this brand, and that's what it's been all about. Put one every season and truly see who the strongest in the world is. And, you know, as someone who waxes nostalgic about some of the old intergalactic cups at the start of Splatoon 2, where we had 13 different countries represented in one of the events, wow. I love it. I love that this has come together, has come back with a vengeance. And, you know, what started as, you know, 4 JP squads, 2 NA squads, and 2 EU squads has now developed into something that's legitimately great. And you have to think, especially with the showing that some of these teams that maybe our audience isn't as familiar with are putting on, this is only going to continue to grow. I know after the last SWC, Oda asked us, like, hey, how do you think people would react to 12 teams, to 16 teams? Like, how many can we get in here? And eventually 10 was settled upon. So, it's, you got to walk before you can run. So I get it. But,
Yeah.
I mean, there's no limit for what this brand can achieve. And when you've got a veteran TO like Oda here and, the entire staff that has worked tirelessly to bring all this together through all the different languages, I can't wait to see what future iterations of this event are going to be. And I love what it represents in terms of Splatoon being a global game.
Exactly, because it is a game that can bring people together in such a beautiful way, right? I would love to see this grow to that point where we see so many countries represented, where we have, even if it's not a super long event, we have such a good showcase, such a good platform to show how this game can bring all of us together. That would mean the world to me. I would love to see it expand even further, right? Because, like we said, South Korea, like, as we were talking about before, there really hasn't been much of a history, at least in terms of the international stage, in terms of awareness in the West, and that's a shame to see, right? Because I'm sure that these players love the game and want to compete at this level and want to be involved. And giving them that opportunity is important.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I commentated to you through about one half of a game with Moonlight. Moonlight did end up winning that game, but they needed a comeback heading into overtime in order to do it in tower control. So there are not a lot of teams here in North America that could push Moonlight to that sort of scenario. So yes, it's just one snippet of one game here, but I say that to also say that it's not a charity that we're running here, right? The teams that are here had to earn their way through various qualifying events, and to a certain extent, you're never going to see truly what these other scenes can bring to the table until you give them an opportunity like this. I mean, yes, they're not quite at the level of some of these other teams yet, but until you give them that opportunity and that exposure, there's absolutely no chance for that growth. You're actively stifling it by not giving different teams these opportunities. And again, I want to reiterate, there was an Oceanic qualifying event, and Ikanabe earned their way here. So they have made it here, only losing to the Greasy Goblins. We've seen that the Greasy Goblins can be quite strong as well. So I say all this to say that this is how you find the next generation of unknown players. And it's, I don't know, I think it's a very deliberate initiative by the entire SWC team. And I think that thus far their efforts are being rewarded in seeing what these teams are able to come up with.
Oh, I completely agree. Completely. Again, if we see Ikanabe again, it will be awesome. It will be something to behold. Unfortunately, I am getting ready to watch these teams slowly fall and to see a wave of Japanese rosters coming through the losers bracket with a vengeance. Is what I see happening.
And a vengeance it would be. They're going to have to make I guess it's as long a losers run as you can make in a 10-team bracket, but it's going to be a brutal run up through, and it's going to be best of 3 the whole way. Again, if you are just joining us, double elim, it's best of 3s all the way up until you hit winners finals, losers finals, or grand finals. The bracket reset, if necessary, is a best of 3. If you're wondering why, it's because for some of these players, it's going to be like after midnight. For some of us, it's now 6 a.m. So the greatest of difficulties when it comes to putting on an event like this. Of course, the undefeated time zones. But again, because the map lists have already been made, that should speed up the process somewhat. I know I say that as we've been stalling for the better part of 15 minutes now, but please give us an olive branch here. Grant us your sympathies as we try to go through, because we're going to be bringing you Starburst FTWin in year 2023. Okay, I mean, it took a long way for us to get here, but these teams are back. Ice, Ant, Bagel, and Goss, Kyo, Burstie, Biscuit, and ZerraZ. It's a blast from the past right in front of us.
When I woke up this morning, I did not think this would be one of the matches I would be commentating. I'm definitely not in the winners bracket. I am so excited for this. You have no idea. These players are so familiar with each other. They all
Yeah.
know each other so well. Kyo, Burstie, Biscuit have all played on different teams and iterations with Ice, with Ant, with Bagel, with Goss. They know each other so well. And then throwing ZerraZ into the mix, this crazy Stamper player that has been absolutely popping off with the weapon and showing us what this kind of aggressive playstyle can do. Oh, this is going to be a fantastic match.
It really is. And, you know, I didn't even think about it until now, and I guess I didn't really address this either at the top of the show. The reason that there are 4 North American teams right now is because the 2 European invites, for various scheduling reasons, were unable to make it to this event. You would have seen Kaiser on one side. That was the team that Magic and I recommended. And then you would have seen Alliance Rogue, because it's Alliance Rogue. FTWin is our US number 3. They were the 3rd invite. So you would not have seen FTWin, nor would you have seen Moonlight. It would have been the old regular Jackpot and Starburst as the representatives here. And I know that, yes, hindsight being 2020, FTWin, a lot of people would probably put in above Starburst for the time being. But again, when these teams were invited and set up on the schedule, Starburst was at the time still thought of to be the number 2 team in North America. So I say all this to say that because the European teams were not able to make it here, and I think ZerraZ is on Kaiser anyway, we get to see this FTWin roster here already taking out one of the JP stalwarts, and now we get to see this matchup. So from mistakes into miracles, we have created this matchup for you all. So for all of you European fans here, that's why your teams are not representative. We tried, but the dice don't always roll that way. Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, Clean Blitz on the Wahoo Worlds, and Splat Zones on Umami Ruins if necessary. Still best of 3, and Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge Magic. If there's a hot and cold, I think that's the way to talk about it with this set. Some very unfamiliar modes and maps, especially in the middle there with Clan Blitz Wahoo World.
I was about to say, I don't think I've seen that in tournament play in such a long time. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I think it's probably the best iteration of Wahoo, even if it is questionable, I will say, but still could be very fun, still has a lot of strategy, and you have to know what you're doing on that map mode if you want to get these solid pushes. However, Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge I think is going to be an even more interesting matchup because FTWin and their aggression is so tough to deal with, right? But then Starburst is going to be able to have this kind of a slow approach, right? As we talked earlier, the foundation that is unshakable, and to me, this is going to be the definition of immovable object, unstoppable force, and they're about to go clash on this match where they have to just completely break open the enemy's defenses.
Yeah, my immediate thought when I saw Rainmaker Scorch Gorge is, so how is Starburst going to break through here? Because, you know, Ice is, of course, an incredibly capable player. Moving him up to the front line and Bagel back onto the back line is an interesting pivot and not a bad way to do it here. But if they are dead set on that, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Goss to make a play here, because Ant is incredible of a player as he is. The 96 deco isn't necessarily the weapon that you want running in and trying to blow open plays, especially with how malleable FTWin's defenses can be. They morph around you like an amoeba. So they're going to put a lot of pressure on Goss to make these plays, or at the very least find openings and create openings that the other teams, or that the other members of the team can capitalize on. Meanwhile, on the other side, the way FTWin has been moving and attacking recently makes me think that they should be up to snuff when it comes to getting through Starburst, especially on a map like Scorch Gorge, where you have to find unique ways to attack and break open a defense. So, I mean, my immediate edge goes to FTWin here, at least on paper, but surely this is something Starburst thought of, and if they've got something cooked up, now's the time to bring it.
Anton Squeezer? No, going to be sticking to that 96 deco. Triple shooter, keeping that paint on the ground, and we are going to see the double sword composition that we've been seeing run from this FTWin squad, and for good reason. The aggression, the chip plays, as well as the shiftiness. I want to call it. It's not necessarily slippery, it's shifty. From these swords can be so tough to deal with, especially when they have cooler, especially when you've got Azooka coming down your throat. Unfortunately, I think it's Starburst that makes the first move here over on this right side. It's ZerraZ has to back up. Has been doing wonderful things on the Stamper and is going to be able to probably stop this Rainmaker at the door, but 9, I mean, that was a good first showing for Starburst.
I was going to say a great first showing there. I asked how they were going to find a way to attack, and I guess the way to do it is to let 2 FTWin members run at you and then kill them as you do so, and that's your offense there, is simply swallowing them whole. But then whether it was just a little bit uncertain, they run that Rainmaker forward there. They don't have a lot of follow-up for it, and it kind of exposes them. They're all over on the other side, and there's going to be nobody left to try to defend this. Burstie there, maybe, I don't know if he fell down on purpose or if he dodged or what he did, but the mission is accomplished. He gets through it there. He pops it single-handedly, which means the fight is probably going on somewhere else. ZerraZ is already in their spawn. And right now, Burstie simply waiting and painting right now. If they get a cooler in that spot, as Kyo is behind all of them, this could get nasty in a hurry. Kyo has a chance to break this open, but with the Rainmaker resetting, if it does break open, it's going to be a 10 seconds from now instead of later.
Oh, here comes Kyo! Finally gets the pick on ice, and because of the situation that I believe was Biscuit was in, he just had to jump out there. And this is Kyo all the way in the Starburst base, and if you want to talk about shaking Starburst foundation, that is one way to do it. Seep in through the cracks like water. Kyo has definitely been acting like it. That's going to be a takedown from Starburst yet again. I mean, how do you break through this checkpoint when Starburst is just going to keep it painted, keep throwing those bombs out, and keep the insane amounts of pressure that they have with these specials? I'm not quite sure, but FTWin needs to find a way soon. They need to find a way to capitalize on these picks and to make them stick. I think that's the big thing, right? Is not only finding the picks, but then keeping the rest of the players down, because what Starburst is so good at doing is no matter when they go down, no matter how they do it, they are always able to find some sort of compensation. They're always able to find some sort of way to keep the steamroll from happening, as we see another number of players going down from Starburst.
Well, yeah, you got 3 down. You'd hope that now would be the time that you could break through. Goss tries to go there. I get it, man. You're the only one left in that spot. You don't have any time to back up there. You may as well try to go forward and create a hero play, but instead, now the door is all the way open, running it down to 39 points there already, and Biscuit and Kyo are still up here in the middle of the map. Those jumps are going to come through, and that comeback is going to activate. So there is still big threat there, and Kyo actually gets caught out there by a Kraken that had no idea what it was looking at that point, simply going fishing for anybody and finding a Kyo on the end of the line. But again, this is still the answer that we've been looking for in this entire thing. We asked Magic, how is Starburst going to create an attack? How are they going to create these opportunities for themselves? Right now, we haven't seen a great answer. That opening push was just off of FTWin going 2 down on the initial dive. Now they've got an okay spot. Ant's going to be able to utilize this Kraken very briefly here to try to push through. But one of their shooters is already down, so I'm not sure that this is going to be the opportunity either.
Hold on, ZerraZ might go down here. A very funky Kraken kill means that this Rainmaker is going to be able to move forward, and even if it's death by 1,000 cuts, I think that's the way that Starburst is going to try and play this. They want to just keep trying to chip away. They want to just keep making sure that they are not losing. That way they keep having opportunities to maybe just catch FTWin out when they overextend, when they go a little bit too deep, and find these openings of their own. They're not going to be able to get this Rainmaker. Look at all the bombs surrounding that fish. And that is some very treacherous waters. I've had to call it something.
Yeah, you know when Burstie dies in order to protect an objective, that there was a big moment there. He doesn't dive forward unless he absolutely needs to there. And look at this once again, because ZerraZ came around on the other side, they aren't going to get that checkpoint. That's the 3rd time that they've approached the checkpoint, gone to the bottom of it, and gotten nothing, as a jellyfish gets right in the way of our camera. How rude. I didn't know that he
really
came from
that
there.
camera.
Hey, what the heck, man? Stop photobombing. That's incredible, and taking my attention away from the match for just a moment, but what we set up for you folks at the start has been the story this entire time. Because of the double sword comp, and because the shooters of FTWin are so patient, there just haven't been a whole lot of opportunities for them to push through. And once again, Biscuit's just going to chuck bombs over here on the side. This is a horrible spot to try to fish it out from. And yeah, he's gone ahead and built up a special here. Gonna fire it. Gonna miss once. Gonna miss twice. And he misses 3 times. So okay, we have an opportunity, and we're in overtime.
We are in overtime, but there's a Stamper out, and this team does not have the tools to turn around and deal with it, especially when torpedoes and Zookas and everything is being thrown your way. But finally, ZerraZ goes down. Biscuit's trying to dive forward with Burstie, and they're able to find that Rainmaker. That's going to be FTWin taking the first game. And like you said, right, FTWin probably had the edge here. This was not going to be Starburst's game to win. They're just going to have to dig out of this hole, find a way to come back, play on Clan Blitz, which I think that they're arguably better on, and then just try and make it to game 3.
Hey, Magic, did you know on Wahoo World, there's a sign that...
I cannot believe you just did that.
I've been saving that one for a long time. Never retweeted it, never liked it. Just saved it for now.
I was going to say, you've never engaged with that.
Nope, never have. Doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. It's just you gotta pick your spots. And for all of the North American viewers who decided to wake up at 3 a.m., that one was for you. That's just a little secret that we'll have between us. But
speaking of picking your spots, I think that Starburst didn't pick their spots the best in mid. I think that was the difference, right? Is that they often got collapsed upon on one of those sides of the hallways, right? And hallways I use as the, between that area where you drop down and between the race platform and mid, those kind of alleyways, those hallways, those are really where the plays happen. And that's what Starburst did at the beginning of the match, right? Was 2 players came down from their right side and then dove and then got stopped. And then from that point on, FTWin just played on the other side of the map, and Starburst didn't adjust or didn't have a good presence there, right? And one thing that we didn't see too much at this game was the presence of Bagel. That presence was not felt. Whether he was painting a lot or whether he was focused on trying not to die to ZerraZ, whatever the FTWin was doing, Bagel was just not felt. It felt like it was just 3 forwards running against 4 forwards and completely overwhelmed them.
Well, and that's the trade-off, and one of the reasons why I was always a little jaded about, I mentioned this earlier, Jackpot, when they started moving into the pencil comps as well. It is nothing against any of the players who opt to use it here, right? I mean, far be it from me to criticize Bagel and .Q with everything that they have achieved, right? I'm certainly not saying anything about their ability, but it is one of the trade-offs you have to make when you go over to a weapon like the pencil. Now, when everybody was starting to run pencil and a couple Trizuka weapons, and you build up, you bash through, you can't react to anything, it made a little bit more sense. But if you're going to run a double sword comp, well, they have a special every once in a while. They are not concerned with building it. They'll run at you every single time, and it does throw a gear or a wrench in all of it. And there it is, the double sword again, and 2 96 gal decos. Yeah, this is 2023 Splatoon right here. We're bringing this back out, and we are going to be jumping our clams here. And Magic, on a map like Wahoo World, where it takes so long to get anything done, I understand why.
Yeah, Biscuit taking a cue from Ant here, and probably Moonlight as well, deciding that it is time for a little bit of smelly, stinky, long-aged cheese. As we have seen time and time again, this style of play has been questionable at best. Oh my... Hello? ZerraZ just already targeting Bagel early on as a push tried to get going for FTWin here. Ant is able to keep them at bay, but ZerraZ has just been absolutely tearing them up from the side.
Yeah, unbelievable there. 2 Krakens fighting in the middle, everybody going down, and then ZerraZ just patiently waiting that out. And almost waiting maybe a little bit too patiently to try to save that jump there. Bagel was able to clear out one. The second one gets away. But you can see why these teams would opt to bring the Krakens here is because there's a little bit of sustainability, sure, but it's also just so dang hard to get anything done on this map, especially if the players are willing to be patient, identify where any sharks are going to be coming from, simply get a few there, a poke here, a poke there. And I think we're going to see a whole lot of this Magic. Get strapped in. This one might be 80 to 100 at the end.
And it might be legitimately an 8-minute match, is what we might see.
If we're lucky, it's going to be 80 to 100 at the end of regulation. If we're lucky.
We are going to see, right as the timer drops, we do see the Kraken heading towards the basket of FTWin. Fortunately, I don't think anything was going to come of it. Finally, we're seeing some movement here. Ninja would be happy to see this kind of flossing, and we are going to see the first dunk from Starburst. Gonna be a couple of nice bombs thrown in, and all of a sudden the wave pink ink definitely making their way towards this basket and not letting up anytime soon. Biscuit is not going to be able to put down enough paint, enough pressure here by himself, as Ant has another Kraken at the ready.
Yep, lovely positioning there from Goss to score all 3 of those and stagger the 3 clams that he had. I thought that maybe was going to get the 2 power clams and that was it, but to push it all the way down to 36 at this point, and they're going to get their jumps in a relevant spot too. Oh, ZerraZ just a little bit too eager to try to make a play on that spot. Bagel closing it out, which means that they've essentially stabilized here. Ice is fighting the world here in mid, and I don't even know how he got here unopposed. But I would say that Starburst went from then scoring, going 3 down, and because of that shot from Bagel in this tactical, they now still have control of mid. Unbelievable showing here from this squad.
And this is why it's so ridiculous to fight against Starburst, right? Is because it almost doesn't matter if you get them 3 down. They're going to find a way to prevent you from actually making any progress, right? They're so good at that. Finally, some progress barely gets made. 1 dunk and a jump out and a death later. FTWin has to try and hold on to mid here and is scrambling. Already swarmed by pink ink once again. He was trying to find the shark on Ant, and I don't think it's going to be successful. No, they're scrambling.
Now 3 down there. You saw that they sharked around. They tried the old bait and switch that FTWin is so famous for and has been so good at there. But when you can't close the deal almost immediately, even with the 96 gal, a weapon that, isn't the most accurate with the RNG. If the fight takes too long, it's already been a wasted shark. Now Biscuit is going to try to, again, keep the door somewhat closed there, and they've actually done a fantastic job of doing that. They had enough power claims there to threaten ending the game. Instead, they're going to jump out. Bagel won't be able to make it. So maybe a few too many resources approaching the basket that time from Starburst kind of gave away what their intent was, and it's given FTWin a real opportunity here. If they scored, oh my God, there's Kraken. What? Everyone flying about the map right now. Poor Biscuit just has to try to run away and jump out. Will be able to get there, but pandemonium in the middle of the map.
There's going to be nightmares here. Kraken jump scares galore like Five Nights at Freddy's. These eyes are right in your face, and they're going to make sure that you are sent away. That was pandemonium, quite honestly, and that is what this entire match has been. Because it's just break, stall, break, stall, break, stall. These players are so good at finding these breaks, right? But Starburst is just so good at stalling, and that's why they're so strong in Clam Blitz.
Yeah, you're just asking for everything to absolutely go right and for the opponent to give you a couple openings, couple picks, couple specials that you wouldn't get normally. They're asking for a lot, and finally they might have an opportunity, but that was that one. Was that a quad with 1 Tryzuka? Oh my God. All right.
So.
I'm done. I know ZerraZ is still alive, so it wasn't a full quad, but I have nothing to say about that. Just waiting all around. I can hear Goss laughing about it, but there we go, Magic. We said, all right, that's the FTWin map. Then we said, all right, that's the Starburst map. And, the teams played to par for the time being here. Great showing from Starburst. And these two, of course, are going to take us to a do or die. And it is Splat Zone's Umami Ruins. So maybe not the most common Splat Zones map play, but this is one that we do play fairly frequently here in North America. So these teams should certainly be familiar with it, even at a high level.
Oh, most certainly. And the interesting thing about Umami, right, is that the lockout looks so different from most other maps, right? You can't go all the way in. Yeah, you can have one player up there. You can try and be crafty and slippery, but realistically, the way the choke point is so close to mid that players have time and room to paint and build specials and to break back in eventually, right? So this is why I really think Umami is such an interesting map mode, and that there's a flow to it that is very not forgiving, but allows solid matches to be played. That allows enough opportunities for these games to go the distance, and that I'm assuming that's what we're going to be seeing here. I don't think we're going to see anything snowball completely out of control unless Starburst gets that Kraken all the way in there and they're able to just chase after Ant and completely lock them down in the spawn, but that's still pretty risky, so I don't think that we're going to be seeing that. All in all, this is going to be a really good match.
A quick update here before we dive in. GodsHells does get the 2-0 victory over Moonlight, so we will not see 4 North American teams in In winners round 3 here, Moonlight will have an opportunity at the bottom of the bracket to make a play. Release does get the victory over Ikanabe, but Ikanabe took a game from Release. So, good showing to them. Ikanabe will be heading home early, but they did take the game from one of our top seeds. And Rainbow Monaka Kai gets the victory over Enrage Hero. Back to the North American soil for this fight right here. The storied rivalry between these two teams. Some changes being brought up, but it's still these two names. And you're saying, oh, what are we seeing, Magic?
I'm seeing some crazy switch-ups from the FTWin lineup, right? Kyo deciding to play on that cooler, going with a much more aggressive style, and Biscuit on the Rapid Blaster. Inkjet's so good here at getting up in these high grounds while also having a lot of room to shoot because it's so flat and long. And because of that, you're going to see a lot of really good Inkjets out of these players, as well as the combination for the chip damage, right? The burst bombs from ZerraZ and Burstie, the chip damage from the fizzy bombs, as well as the rapid pop shots and the stamper shots. This is going to be such an interesting composition to watch. Not much of a change-up from Starburst, but they have to try and adapt here.
Yep, and they're not going to have a whole lot of time to adapt to this chip damage comp. I remember Kyo way back in the day told me, hey, this game's about doing damage without taking damage, and this is a comp to do it here, and especially from this position. ZerraZ immediately moves.
Oh my God!
There. No, that's not allowed. That is not allowed. 3 unbelievable shots there, closing out 3 members of Starburst from Biscuit. There's blood in the water. They move forward so quickly to try to attack. Biscuit pivots back, and you can understand why there. As quickly as they move forward from that moment, Starburst immediately took back zones from being 3 down.
What? I'm bewildered. I saw the Inkjet fly down, and then all of a sudden Starburst was completely back with a vengeance. That's a full wipe for Starburst, and they're deciding to go completely all the way in here, and for good reason. That's Biscuit down. They've got the trip strike to at least allow them in and completely collapse on this player that's down in this very low region. That ZerraZ going completely by the wayside. This is the Starburst lockout. How do you break through from here?
Oh, well, you get amazing shots right there. There was not much left in that crab to close that out. Huge. If Burstie had gone down there in Crab and Goss had gotten away, there would be nothing to be had. Ice jumps on top. They're helping out Bagel. They take out another one. That's Biscuit down out of the air, getting shot away by the former teammate Bagel. They're going to paint up there. No penalty applied through all of it. They're tactical-ered up, Magic. They can move forward and attack right now, but they sense the moment. They're backing way up and say, build your specials and come at us, man.
Yeah, they're playing for the safe game. This is Starburst, right? This is exactly what they want, and they've got it for good reason. Trip strikes and Kraken coming through. Bagel goes down. Fortunately, that's not going to stop them from holding on to the zone. There's still a lot of room for FTWin to try and collapse on, and they're going to have to fight for every inch. Kyo's on this right side, trying to find a way to break through. We do see the Inkjet come online once again, and that's going to lead to the cap of the zone. And that's Starburst going down for the time being. There's no cooler yet. Bagel just got it. This is FTWin's opportunity to try and solidify, but they need to play solid.
They do, and one already going down from just poking out a little bit too far. It's like an old bamboozler play there. ZerraZ moving all over and still surviving. Would love to get this pick onto Ice, not able to close it out. And he jumps out, maybe even a little surprised that he got it, but it's given them a little bit of room on this right side under the watchful eye of Bagel. Goss does go down there, which means that these trip strikes are going to try to be used to stabilize there, and instead ZerraZ gets the pick onto Ice. So now again, it's just Ant back in the middle. Bagel trying to find some paint to build up their special. They've got some specials, but they need picks right now. 90 seconds left, more than enough time for FTWin to get a couple pushes in.
The Kraken's online, and that's going to be the Zuka. Ice goes down here, and a couple of picks go back and forth. This is do or die for Starburst as one player goes down once again. FTWin has to fight for every death and every win. ZerraZ able to jump in. That's going to be a good pick, able to get some clean wins. This is going to be trying to find their footing, and they're not going to be able to land. That's one last dance for Starburst that might not land. This is going to be one last chance. These trip strikes are going to mean everything.
Yep, they are playing right now to keep the game alive. They know that the lead is gone, but here they go, diving back in. More specials, but Goss got immediately sniffed out and goes down. Ice trying to make a play. You can't fight through a sword like that. They're going to paint over the zone. There's fighting everywhere else, and Bagel jumps out at the end because he knew that there was no chance. FTWin wins the rubber match and continues to prove that in this rivalry, there are always fireworks to be had. Starburst pushing it down to 10 so quickly. One fight goes a different way, and they are taking this one. Instead, FTWin holds on, separating, firefights all over, chip damage, and they will be our first team in winners finals. Again, I keep stressing this. In the year 2023, FTWin finds themselves exactly where they usually are.
They knew exactly what they were doing on that switch up, and I think that they really caught Starburst off guard, right? They were probably expecting this kind of like cooler, flowing play style, right? But as soon as the storm that was FTWin approached, even though they never really got swept away, right? Like Starburst was still able to hold on pretty tightly, but they could never really approach the zones consistently, right? And it was just one string from FTWin that got them that insane lead. Starburst did almost everything right. Maybe they got a little bit too abrasive, too ambitious on a couple of their pushes, but FTWin saw that exactly, and we talk about the margins. There was just one little imprecise movement on an opportunity to move forward, and as soon as ZerraZ and Keo found their shots, right, their damage without taking enough damage to walk away, they collapsed, and that was all that they needed. It was just one little moment in the middle of that game there that Starburst could have taken it away. And that's got to be heartbreaking. But FTWin, how clutch can you be?
Yeah, over and over, too. That's the thing that was crazy about that push is, you know, there were a few times where the zones got contested or one of them went down very quickly. Burstie went down in Crab Tank at one point on top of the zone, and I thought that that was going to be the moment that Starburst was able to flip, but because of the change of comp that FTWin pivoted to, kind of like you said there, they always had someone who was in that back middle pivot position where you can throw a bomb at one zone and then shoot your main weapon at the other zone and at least slow the other opposing team down. So, I mean, it's, again, holding on to just one. That's one of the reasons why I really enjoy two-zone Splat Zone maps. For that exact reason right there is there's always a little bit more to the tug of war. You can hold on just a little bit longer. You can't simply throw 2 or 3 specials at a zone to flip it. You've got to understand when you can give up one zone, use it as a resource, but hold on to the other to wait out the opposing specials. And both of these teams, of course, are incredible at it. I don't mean to say that this is an FTWin only thing, but that's, again, part of, like we've said so many times, the margins being so thin is in the heat of the moment. You have to understand, all right, if we have to give up this side, that's fine. We'll keep the other, we'll fight back from the other side. We'll send our fighters forward to do that, and we'll keep scoring 15 points at a time if we have to. We'll do it. Eventually you'll break. And they did. FTWin will move on, and I believe that means that Starburst is going to drop down to the losers bracket, losers 11 it looks like, and they will play the winner of Moonlight and Rainbow Monaka Kai. So absolutely no rest for the wicked there that they're going to have to go through, either of those teams, certainly Stalwarts. And the winner, or the loser of GodsHells and Jackpot will drop down to play against the winner of Greasy, Goblins, and Release. So both of the JP teams, as I mentioned earlier, in losers bracket, still making their runs up through. But Jackpot has the opportunity to guarantee that a member of the North American scene will be in grand finals, which is just such an achievement that would be in a bracket like this. They're going to have to get through GodsHells first. And GodsHells, from the matches that I was able to watch against Moonlight Magic, I only chipped in and took a side eye there. They were sharp. They absolutely looked to be the better squad against Moonlight. None of the games were ever really in question for them. So we'll see if that was Moonlight maybe not being quite as sharp as they usually are, or if GodsHells is just on a mission today.
And they're going to have to definitely do the mission impossible if they want to fight through all of these teams that are playing what look like some of the best Splatoon they've played in a while. Really, I mean, Jackpot looking like a whole new team. FTWin reinvigorated. GodsHells has their work cut out for them, but I mean, if anyone can do it, it is a team like that, a roster like that. Do we have any word on which of these matches we're going to be perusing?
It does appear that we will be watching Jackpot versus GodsHells. So
all right.
I'll have some other streams open on the side that I'll check periodically to see if we can get you all some of the updates of Moonlight versus Rainbow Monaka Kai and Greasy Goblins versus Release. I do believe that I know at least one member of Moonlight is streaming, and I think a member of Greasy Goblins is streaming as well. So plenty of opportunities to watch it. I'll remind everybody that there are 4 streams, technically 5, but 4 different languages represented on the streams. For the Japan stream, Splat Japan CH on YouTube, KitKat and No Risk will be bringing you the call there. KitKat, one of my commentary idols. The Spanish stream, Mino and Dilam are going to be bringing you the action. Splatoon UCS, that's the YouTube channel. And the Chinese stream, AA and 97 Jochi are going to be bringing you that stream from AA Desu on YouTube or 97 Jochi's channel on Bilibili. So 5 different streams that you can watch, not counting any of the streams that are coming from the players themselves. 4 different languages represented, something for everybody here at the Splat World Cup.
I'm still caught up on the fact that we're about to watch Jackpot versus GodsHells, as we're going to have to see if Jackpot can take down another monster of a roster, right? If they can take out both, they're going to be completely set for their confidence levels, for the tournament that they're going to try and have every opportunity to win, right? That would be next level, I think.
Yeah, if they're able to make it through 2 strong Japanese teams to then go through, they have to be thinking, FTWin? Are you kidding me? Right, not that I don't mean to say that they would underestimate FTWin. We're having a bit of fun here, folks. Clearly, if anyone knows what the players on FTWin are capable of, it's Jackpot, because they've been fighting through those members or some permutation of that team for the entirety of their Splatoon existence. But what a run it would be for them to get that far. And since we're in the lobby and waiting, let's go ahead and take a look actually at the rosters, because again, maybe you're just joining us, maybe you are unfamiliar to Splatoon or joining from somewhere else and you're not familiar with these rosters. But Jackpot, and hey, they're considered the #1 Western team, and they are the North American representative for the World Championship in January. Highly aggressive playstyle, that's an understatement, but they have great mechanics, and they've shown a lot of versatility recently. And I think that in our earlier set against Rainbow Monaka Kai, which, again, before the stream started, we said this might be Rainbow Monaka Kai's tournament to lose. Instead, they immediately lose 2 games to Jackpot. Right. And it's because of the pivot that we saw. Leafi, who I think is one of the most mechanically gifted players I've ever seen, has now switched over to the Tent Umbrella. It has opened up so much from their play style, and it's allowed Jared to move over to the dualies. And the Splat dualies have been such a winner as of late. We've seen so many players start to pick them up. We've known for a while that it's a good kit. We know that the main weapon in the right hands can be a real pest. And then you've got .Q, who's been willing to pencil bot, make sure that they still have the support that they need. And Madness happy to play every member of the bucket class as necessary. But it's a radically different roster. With the exception of Madness playing the buckets, none of these weapons are what they used in order to win the North American Championship just a couple months ago.
And it's so interesting, right? Because it's not like Leafi has never played Tent Umbrella, but it has never been at the forefront of her weapon pool. Jared has been a dually squelchers player for a long time. We saw so much Jared CDS back at the end of Splatoon 2, right? And I think he used K-dualies even before that, way long ago, back when that was meta, right? So it's not like these are foreign to these players, but to decide to use them at such a high level, I think, is the important distinction here. Obviously, Madness is just going to be your consistent frontline aggressor, right? But the combination of the slipperiness of the Tent Umbrella and the slipperiness of the dualies can just be so tough to deal with, because you have built-in tools to stay alive and give yourself more chances. And Jackpot getting more chances to kill you means that you can't... There's not a whole lot you can do there, right? And Tent Umbrella especially, you have to be so quick on, right? I applaud anyone who can play Tent at a high level because it is so tough. Not in a purely mechanic sense, but in an awareness of when you have to be mechanically gifted.
On the other side, GodsHells. This is another team that, again, they did get their win earlier over Moonlight, MiraMia, Gehorin, Azoo, and Co. Some of you who watched previous iterations of Area Cup that Magic and I brought you, or previous iterations of the SWC, might be somewhat familiar with Azoo and Co. as two very, very strong players of the Squeezer, especially at the end of Splatoon 2. They're now together here, and, you know, double Squeezer, I don't expect to see it, but it could be pretty terrifying. But the player that I thought was really intriguing from the couple sets that I watched last time was actually Gehorin, who is using that 52 gal, and that's a weapon, the relationship with the Pentabrella, that we haven't really gotten to explore at all in Splatoon 3. It was something that was discussed, I would say, a fair amount back in Splatoon 2. I won't say that there were Pentabrellas running all over the place, but there were enough of them, and there were certainly 52 gals running all over the place once K52 came around. It's an interesting dynamic, the splash wall versus the Tentabrella wall, and we all know what a well-trained 52 gal can do. Once it gets in, once it's able to get behind an opponent there, it can be so difficult to tangle with one-on-one. So GodsHells has some unique technology of their own that they're going to be able to bring to this fight. Although we'll see if that was just something that they brought in a couple times or if they have any idea what Jackpot's going to be bringing, but it should be an intriguing matchup either way.
And the whale, I think, is really the interesting part, right? That special on that 52 changes the entire dynamic. Not in the same way that a Kraken will change how you play against it, right? But you have to do something when a whale gets popped, right? You cannot just sit there. Especially if you're in a Tentabrella and you're playing to make a push. All of a sudden you get whaled and you're thinking, all right, well, that entire big shield that I had in front of me, that doesn't matter anymore because I'm just going to get shredded, that wall's going to get popped, my Tentabrella is going to go down, and I'm going to be scrambling for paint and for movement area. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic. And Gal can really shut down these frontline shooters as well, right? Depending on how crafty they can be with bombs. It's going to be interesting. Gehorin's probably going to be the defining factor against this match. We are going to be seeing the same map modes that we saw last time as we see Jackpot versus GodsHells here in winter semifinals of the Splat World Cup Autumn 2023.
Well, if the theme of the day is versatility, take a look at this. Jared has brought out the third team from North America. Actually, fourth team. We'll say that they've all done it because I'm sure Nolan picked it at least once. Has. The 96 Gal Deco, the day of the Deco. Unbelievable here. They're going to bring it out, and it's promptly going to die, so I'm going to shut up about that, as another member is going to go down, and they are already going to be pushed way, way back. Thank goodness Leafi has a defensive resource here with this crab. .Q tried to get out there and defend the position. Jared goes down as well. I don't know where they're going. Good God. Hell, what did you have for breakfast today? Fighting forward already. They might be able to get this down to the 30s right now if they opt to run it straight forward. They might do just that. Yeah, paint a path forward there, get down to 40 and wait out some specials from the opponent. I don't know if it's just a long wait, but Jackpot caught flat-footed at the start and the threat is not yet gone.
That was utterly explosive, right? And Azoo really is at the helm of that. Whether it was just the unfortunate drawbacks of the 96 gal or whether it was just very solid mechanical prowess from GodsHells, they were just completely overtaken. Finally, we're seeing everyone off the map except for the members of Jackpot. Madness standing at the last. This is, I feel, what we're going to be seeing the entire match is a very, very different kind of playstyle. We're going to be seeing scrappy levels of play from these players on the gal, from these shooters, from the interactions with everybody. And it doesn't matter if you're a crazy sharp GodsHells, you're at the mercy of this cooler composition that is going to completely run you down.
Yep, and they got to be really careful now. 35 is not that far. That's the very bottom there, and Q's going to try to get it right now. Got taken down almost immediately by that 52 gal. I thought there might have been some meat on the bone. Instead, they're going to run forward. They're going to lose it by 1 point, but there are still people there. Did they get pushed away? Great trip strike. Madness is going to do it single-handedly. Do it at the exact right time, and that... Oh, only trip strikes magic. Only trip strikes can get that level of stall at the right time, force everybody out of the way, and protect you as you swim forward. 24, and that is how you counterattack.
Yeah, I really wasn't sure of what this composition was trying to accomplish until I saw that push. They are going for quick pops as well as utility in these pushes to stall. That is exactly what they did. As soon as Q went down, they were like, all right, Jared's got the Kraken, we're about to quick pop this thing. As soon as that went down, trip strikes, we're about to quick pop this thing, shove it forward. And that's not the kind of push that you're going to be seeing from GodsHells. They need to take everything down. But like we said, it's so easy to stall with this composition from Jackpot because they have the Kraken, because they can shut you down at every opportunity. That is undeniable pressure from the trip strikes, from the Kraken, and they are completely walking forward on this team that easily can mechanically overwhelm them if they're not careful, as we're seeing right here. They're going to have to dump this Rainmaker, but it doesn't matter. Jackpot has the tools to hang.
Yeah, fantastic work there on the defensive side here. They're going to have their Brush pick it up here, so it makes sense. You're going to have your better attacking weapons there, and oh my goodness. Okay, did get Q. I was about to say if Q went down to that first shot, that could have been bad, but Q still went down, and I don't know where they were in their cooler at that point. They're going to paint up on that side. If they can get their jumps in, they should have an attack. They did get one jump in, but not the other, because the Crab Tank takes it out. And once again, Jared running forward here. You called it and laid it out perfectly there, Magic. This is the strategy, and there's really not a lot that GodsHells is going to be able to do. This is simply playing the game. This is unbelievable. They had an attacking position, but because they had to rotate so far back, they gave up all of the attack that they had built up. They gave up mid, and they ended up going down players from it.
Like, what do you do if there's any one of those three specials, the Crab, the Kraken, or the Trip Strikes? You can't move. You cannot approach that unless you are 5 yards ahead and you are completely going all the way into the base of your opponent at the foundation, just completely tearing them apart. But that's not what we've seen from GodsHells. Jackpot's too strong. Jackpot has the mechanics to match up against them. And because of that, GodsHells cannot find an opening, and they don't have the cooler to back them up, right? Cooler is a defensive special for a reason. It means that every time they get knocked down, they can step right back up, and GodsHells has to go for these hyper-aggressive plays to combat this cooler, and they just cannot manage it, 9.
And I mean, it's a totally different game if they don't have the lead at this point. If Jackpot didn't get it, if Madness didn't have that exact play that was needed in order to close it, we're in a completely different game, but it doesn't matter. They're not going to get anybody even close to enough of a pop there. That thing is big and purple, and it's not moving at all. Jackpot takes game number 1 in a very... I don't even want to say non-Jackpot way, because there's certainly players who are willing to play to the objective and play the game rather than simply playing team deathmatch there. But if there was ever a sign of the maturity of these players, again, to be willing to stick with that one spot, pick one spot on the map, hold it there, send a Kraken back out after the Rainmaker, and close it out, they did just that and put GodsHells in an unwinnable position. They are now 1 game away from meeting FTWin in winners finals here at SWC. What a tournament this has been.
And you could see, and this might be a stretch, sure, but I think that you could see the influence of Starburst in that play, right? The way that they held on, the way that they dove forward with the Kraken, just completely trying to separate the team and get them into these crazy positions, while also still having strong main weapons that they can definitely do damage with, but also having these tools to completely shove back the opponents, to completely turn them away at the door, and also break through when they need to, right? This slosher can have such an impact on the match, as we saw. Madness was getting some really fantastic kills, especially on that on those first 2 pushes from Jackpot. I think it is the technology that we've seen from Moonlight, from Starburst, making its way into these other teams, and because they're seeing the strength of it, because they're seeing the utility in it.
Clam Blitz on Wahoo World. We saw earlier that this can be a whole lot of nothing until it opens up one time, and then scoring 20 points, 30 points, 40 points. You are so happy to close it out here with any number of scoring opportunities. This should be a very intriguing matchup to see what Jackpot is capable of. We did see, we didn't really get to talk about a lot in that last game, there is a beacon user on this map, on this squad, which means it can be very difficult to track down where the opponents are jumping in from, and that can be even more difficult to deal with on Clam Blitz. But both sides have opted to bring a Neo sloshing machine, and Leafi going to be sticking over on that Splash-O-Matic here. So again, a different permutation of this Jackpot squad, showing their versatility and strength.
Maybe it's because of the brush squeezer combination that they're doing this. They're just trying to completely push them out with this kind of, not chip style, but just high burst potential, right? That because the brush cannot stand if all of a sudden everybody turns and is dead in an instant, right? As you saw right there, that brush tried to make a play but couldn't quite find its footing. This gal is going to be able to at least turn things around, but they've got the crab. They've got this nice position here on this right side that they're able to pivot off of.
Yep, and what a wild position there that 52 cal took to get into that fight, working through. And I think somebody else in the team was able to actually come up and get a pick off of that there. All sorts of fighting at the center. Neither team really interested in grabbing any of these clams, it appears, for the time being at least. Instead, rotating around, sending their attackers forward. One goes down on one side, one fights on the other side. Leafi's painted up there, nowhere near a crab tank there, so she's probably going to opt to back up, and does. They're simply fighting over mid for the time being. Finally, it appears that, well, nope, never mind. Another one goes down here. Q somehow survives that and manages to get away. Not able to dodge the third shot. You know, commentator's curse, slotty top. But finally, can somebody please at least build a power claim here? We're 90 seconds into the game.
Too much fighting is going to happen. Like we have to prove dominance here. Power claim does get built by Jackpot, but I don't see it lasting for long. Nope, there's Azoo.
I was going to say, suddenly now Azoo all the way on the other side there, probably trying to go around, but someone got caught in split spawn there. The luckiest spawn that Leafi has ever had, who is perpetually super jumping into fights there, opted to come out of spawn there and may have just saved some points from going the other way. 2 minutes have gone by, no points left on the board, but did they all pivot too far to the left? I don't think they realized there. Yes, they finally have wisened up. They're going to jump that way, toss it, not going to land, but they are going to score. Azoo is able to get one player there before going down. Maybe should have backed up a little further. This is a wipeout, already waiting for more points here. Our Jackpot, and this could get ugly in a hurry. Madness is going to go ahead and take a couple down there before scoring that. That's 2 power clams, the third on the way, Magic.
That's at least a good awareness from Jackpot, right? To say, all right, they're way back in, just like we have Cooler, they have beacons. That's what they're going to be using here, and they do. They use it very effectively to at least put this push down for the time being, right? But they were able to jump back in, at least get one pick, because 2 players jumped into that beacon on that plat. Madness does get a nice Suga shot off, and they're going to be moving forward here. But this supportive brush is such an interesting pick, right? Because it can turn and find these sharks, but at the same time, it's kind of one of the main painting weapons here. It is what is helping them stay in this match in the long run. And because of that, Jackpot is a bit starved for clams because this brush has been running around trying to keep the paint and push them back with specials.
Well, the other thing to note here is that they have no real answer for .Q. I know as .Q goes down there, but it's a brush straight forward. When they finally had pushback to middle, them being GodsHells after taking a couple players out, you saw that as soon as Q was looking at them and they had another player there, they didn't really have an answer. They could throw down their wall and try to make a play happen after throwing down the wall, but I mean, that's not a sustainable way to try to get past a charger. So, I mean, again, this composition that they have brought in has some real strength, some real unique stuff that is working against what this Jackpot squad has brought to the table themselves. But again, if you aren't prepared to deal with the backliner, I mean, this is Splatoon 101, you're not going to be able to create sustained pushes. And again, another one goes down to Q.
Just like that, huh? And Q really might be the difference maker in this match. The other thing that I think is really important is that Madness on the sloshing machine here, using these points to just call people out and say, Q, go take care of that. And they do, right? Hold your horses. That's a cheesy crack. And jumped in is Madness, is .Q actually, and jumps right back out for it. They just got another clean way to increase their push, their points, and so that the other side can't do anything crazy cheesy like that to instantly get the lead. I think that was very smart, actually.
Well,
and they're just going to try and hold on to mid.
If I may here, I think that might have actually been the wrong play, because look at this. They just gave them 2 power claims, and they're going to use those to take the lead with just 10 seconds left. I'm not sure what they were trying to go for with that power claim that went in. They gave them a huge resource and an opening of the basket. They don't know where the last one is. They're just going to wait until overtime and score 1 clam. Jackpot gave that one away. GodsHells takes it back, but I don't know that Jackpot needed to try to score that clam. It gave GodsHells the extra pity clam that they needed. Those 2 clams were enough to take the lead in that position, and then they just had 1 shark left to score in overtime. I agree. For just a moment, I thought, oh, this is great. You're going to split the members of GodsHells. But then when there was no follow-up, I'm proofs in the pudding there. Jackpot, can't be giving them that.
And we talk about the margins, right? Because it almost seemed like it was kind of an unwinnable situation for Jackpot. Maybe not unwinnable, but they decided, all right, we're going to solidify our lead here. We're going to make this play. We're going to jump back. We're going to have enough players in mid to keep the grounds, to keep things open. I honestly think what they didn't account for is that the platform up top is open at the end of the match. Right, that opened up. That was the way that GodsHells got in, and maybe because they weren't thinking of that, they didn't think that they would have that opening. They were like, all right, we can just defend from this right side, and then GodsHells just took that opportunity. I think that maybe that's what was going through their heads.
I mean, that when you lay it all like that, it makes sense, right? You think that you've now separated the attackers there. You've got 2 people against their 2 people on your side of the map. You can outpaint them. When it was .Q that jumped, I wonder if that was part of where things started to maybe not get as great too, because that was your best defender, an unchallengeable defender with the exception of specials on your side of the map. But when Q was the one that jumps, she did jump out there, but maybe that small opening, once the jump went through, once Jared went in, maybe that was what it is. Maybe it was an okay play, but the players were a part of it. In any case, they don't have enough time to feel bad about it or even lick their wounds. They now have to go toe-to-toe with a strong JP pickup here in Splat Zone's Umami Ruins. Taking a look at the comps, Ko is going to switch back over to the bucket, and finally it's out. The Nautilus from Leafi and Jared over on the dualies as well. They have put the baton in the hands of the anchor player here, Magic.
I really do think this is them saying, we're going to take the fight to them, and they do.
Yeah, they did. Already moving in for the attack, and so strong as they go through too. What in the world? They're already pushing through.
My feed just stopped.
Okay, well, you're back now. You're back now, Magic.
I have no idea what just happened. I think my internet just hiccuped a little bit, but this is Jackpot taking the fight to GodsHells. They're saying, we can match you, we can even outdo you mechanically. We're going to pick our best fighting weapons, and we are going to force you to play against us. And they're doing it with such prowess that already Jared is completely showing them exactly what his dualies can do. .Q is able to hold things down on the anchor position because they cannot challenge her, and this is Jackpot at their best.
Jackpot fighting forward, fighting in earnest there. .Q got another one down. When they finally did have a chance to take the zone back, everyone moved forward and attacked here. This is it. This is the moment. Can they find where this 52 gal is attacking from? It's .Q firing that way. They move through that. That's 2 going down there, and one of them is a big painting side for GodsHells. They're going to move forward and attack, trying to rush forward there. Which side do they have? They're trading left side, right side, and finally they will apply a penalty and give themselves a new lease on life. The threat certainly not yet gone as Leafi moves forward and attacks on the other side. Another one going down as Jackpot maybe getting a little bit too heavy-handed on the attack, but why not with how confident they have been feeling? Finally, a real opportunity for GodsHells to put some points on the board. If they realize, okay, I was going to say if they realize they don't have the zone yet, they finally will, and they're going to get the opportunity to score some points. Now it's Jackpot's point to prove.
That was incredible from GodsHells. They decided, all right, there's too much pressure. We can't fight them head on. We can't go at them the same way. We have to try and slip through the cracks and then get our opening, and they do, right? This is them putting on the pressure. They were putting these walls down to completely shut off the angles from the members of Jackpot. The crab was a distraction as the gal comes in for the pick. One more crazy play from the crab tank, and this is a crazy turnaround. This is what you'd expect from a strong Japanese roster, but can Jackpot man themselves back up and move forward? Can they find a way to break through as the trip strikes land on the zones? They're able to push the members of GodsHells all the way back behind the zones, but they need to make one more move forward. They can't lose this zone, but they finally lose the lead. They need to make something happen here. Jared able to find one, but it's not going to be enough. Madness needs to find some clean plays, needs to find a clean pick, and does. That's at least one. The jumps are coming in with Leafi's going down. That's a crazy clutch capitalization from .Q and Leafi, but Jackpot is still on the back foot.
Oh, they are, and they have a huge penalty to go through right there. As I said earlier, they have a new lease on life. Was that a crab loop shot that got both of them there? That's a wipeout, but I think one shot from that crab tank took two players out. The strongest Explo shot I've ever seen. We didn't even get to talk about how aggressively these splash walls pushed up there. You talk about fighting in earnest with your fighting weapons. Look at how GodsHells done it. They've done it with splash walls there, and Leafi needs to be careful there. If she falls down, she is done, and she did fall down. It took a moment to recognize where she was going to land, but that's where the threat is going to come from there. They do snuff it out very quickly, and they sense the moment moving all the way forward there. Will the jumps come through in time? It doesn't appear so. So it looks like Jackpot is going to have an opportunity to score some more points and get through some of their penalty. A minute on the clock, plenty of time for them to do it. They would love to get 2 or 3 down right here and work through the penalty quickly. And with one of those buckets down, that's a big deal. That's how it starts.
That is very much how it starts, and the special cycle is now back in Jackpot's favors. The rain goes down, and the crab tank is online for Jared, as well as the cooler coming back up soon for .Q. This is their opportunity. This is the chance that they have to make their stand, but they need to be very careful of this crab from the members of GodsHells. They need to try and find a way through. They need to be able to keep this zone. They can't fall too far back, but unfortunately that's what has to happen as the players come through from GodsHells. The trades keep coming through. The members of Jackpot are up at the very least because of the cooler and because of the special cycles, and Jared dunks forward and finds two the clutchest of plays. They have to find crew here. They do. That's at least a couple more inches, a couple more moves forward, and as soon as Azoo overextends here, they might be able to capitalize, but no, they need to find something. It's overtime, and 9, this is their last stand.
It is their last stand, and that's one they've already got down here. They cannot lose the zone. Even once Jared going down is a big deal. Ko is out of ink. Is he going to opt to paint? No, he had his tacticooler. He's going to have a full tank. You know that Tri-Slosher is diving forward there, rotating around the zone. The other members are going to have a chance to paint their own side. They take that one down. They didn't lose the zone through all of it. They get 3 down. Magic, I think they're going to do it here.
No
it's
way.
Just one member moving forward. He's down. It's 3 down, and Jackpot clutches it at the very end.
What? How? After the roster was this sharp, after the matches that we've seen them play, after the absolute prowess of power that we saw from GodsHells, they decided to rain thunder down from the heavens, but even then, Jackpot stood tall. The statues on top of Olympus, they are reigning. They are here to stay, that they are the proven gods. That was so clutch. How do you reverse that in overtime on a Japanese roster this strong?
And oh my goodness, I am stunned that they managed to keep, the thing about that map, of course, with Umami is if there's a scrum in the middle and no one's going down, both sides should be able to control their own zone. You should be able to put somebody up, load them out on the far right there on your perch, and take some control and make sure that there are no points being scored. And you can usually do that fairly uncontested, but they held diligently through all that. That's what's most impressive to me. When Ko took one out on that Tri-Slosher and then got the tacticooler down to refill the ink, I thought that was it. Yeah. I don't know how they got back, how they managed to get the right people with the tacticooler to keep fighting in all of those positions. But Jackpot did every bit of making that as nail-biting as they could. They give GodsHells a pity clam at the end of the Clam Blitz Wahoo World game. a chance that really they didn't need to take. GodsHells makes good on that, and then Jackpot gets it right back in an unbelievable finish in overtime. They had to score so many points as well. That was a, 50-plus point hold that they had to do in overtime in order to really get through that penalty. Unreal.
A full 30 seconds. They had to hold that against the roster that is probably even more practiced on specifically this map mode and on Splat zones in general than Jackpot might ever be, and they held it. And I really do think that the difference was Leafi, because she was up in front, preventing players from coming through, especially when Ko was able to find that push on the left. Leafi was still fighting on that other side, right, pushing them away from the circle, right, that high ground area, the grates where you could drop down and paint your own zone. Leafi was holding that off so that the other players of Jackpot could focus on that rogue tri-slosher. And then when everything went worse, Leafi decided to rotate back and was able to get the fall-off shots onto that tri-slosher and completely remove him and open things up. That was the awareness on top of trusting your teammates to get that zone, because there was at one point where the overtime clock was ticking down and Leafi just did not turn around. And that is trusting your teammates. That is the essence of team play, of saying, I'm just going to put on more pressure so that my teammates can do what they do and get the zone.
Yeah, you know what your weapon is good at, and you know what you need to do in that moment, and the rest of your team knows the same. Leafi doesn't turn around at all, be too slow. Everybody else knows that they are near the zone. They need to paint the zone. It's incredible. What a showing for them. And with that, folks, I can officially say that something that has never happened before will happen in this SWC. We will have a North American team in Grand Finals. It is guaranteed at this point, unless both of them somehow forfeit from the tournament. FTWin and Jackpot will be meeting in winners finals. The winner of that will move on to the grand final. Our losers side is Starburst versus Rainbow Monaka Kai and GodsHells versus Release. 3 JP squads, 3 North American squads that are left. And what a day it has been. Right now we're trying to discuss which matchup we want to see. Oh, I cannot. Oh, God. Why would you? Magic, you son. Oh, how could you shrug your shoulders and point at me for this one? This is an impossible.
I'm sorry,
potato.
I'm sorry.
This is a horrid bomb to toss over to me. I mean, we have to watch winners finals, right?
I feel like we have to.
We have to. Yes, we've watched a lot of FTWin. Yes, we've watched Jackpot, but we can't look away as a team moves on to grand finals. I simply would not be able to look at myself in the mirror if I did. So, provided that my decision is heard here and the teams are okay for it, we will be bringing you winners finals of SWC. Something that you might see at any North American tournament at normal hours for North America, but we're bringing it to you live and early as you're having your morning coffee. FTWin versus Jackpot in the winners finals of Splat World Cup 2023. This is now a best of 5. Winner will move on to grand finals. We will, of course, give you the updates from the losers side as we get them. Again, if you're just joining us, Starburst will be playing against Rainbow Monaka Kai in one side of the losers round 3. And on the other side of losers round 3, GodsHells will be fighting against Release. Those 2 winners will move on into losers, which means that we will not have JP versus JP at all. There's still a chance that a JP squad wins this, but it will not be from the winner's side. It will have to be from the loser's side.
Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. Really, it's a shame. I would love to go back and watch Starburst versus Rainbow Monaka Kai, and I hope that someone's streaming it or that it's recorded in some way. But we have to watch this, right? This is Jackpot versus FTWin. This is basically El Clasico. Right?
We're referencing everything now. Melee. We're referencing Lionel Messi versus Cristiano Ronaldo. Okay.
Yes.
I gotta ask, which are you? Are you Messi or Ronaldo?
I'm Ronaldo.
Dang it. I wanted to like you, Magic. Everything else we had done so well together, and yet here we are.
I'm actually wearing an FC Barcelona shirt right now that I got.
Wait, how are you wearing a Barcelona shirt and you're Ronaldo?
Because I'm...
I think your internet cut out there. I think your internet cut out there, Magic. Suddenly I just stopped hearing you as you were...
Hello? Hello?
So Messi, right?
You know what? Maybe I'll give it to you. Maybe I'll let you have this one, man.
Jackpot FTWin. We're gonna pull this one back. Leafi, .Q, Jared, Madness, Kyo, Burstie, Biscuit, and ZerraZ. If you watched any of 20XX, or if you've watched really any form of top North American scrim or tournament recently, you'll know that, I mean, it's such a pleasure for an arrangement of tournaments like this, where you get to see top North American teams compete against top, really strong Japanese pickups. And then at the end, they still get to play each other, right? Because now we don't have to compare, oh, this team beat this team, but then lost to this team. Like, they have both beaten strong opponents to get here. Both of these teams had to beat one of the Japanese teams to beat here, or to get to here. And now they are here. There will be no asterisks left. All they have to do now, win 3 games, move on to the grand finals, and at least for now, they're going to get the chance to stand tall as their opponents simply watch and wait, and GG, we go next. So you can take a look right here. Tower Control, Hammerhead Bridge, Rainmaker Huntback Pump Track, Clam Blitz on Sturgeon Shipyard, Splat Zones on Museum, and Tower Control at Barnacle and Dime. Well, the middle 3, I'd say we're pretty familiar with, Magic. The 2 tower control maps. I forgot that there were tower control maps that weren't Inkblot Art Academy. And I certainly forgot that these 2 maps had tower control on them. Oh my goodness. TC Hammerhead Bridge. You all have played enough solo queue to know that this gets nasty in a hurry.
Yeah, like, I don't even think I know the tower path, 9. I for both of these maps, I couldn't tell you exactly which way the tower goes. It goes onto that block on the left and then starts moving forward, right? Am I wrong in that?
No, you are correct. And then it just kind of keeps going. It goes left, it goes up a little bit, it goes left, you hit the checkpoint, then it goes left again, then it goes up again, you hit another checkpoint, then it goes right, you hit another checkpoint, and then the game ends. That's typically how it goes here. The second checkpoint, oftentimes falling for both teams there. The third checkpoint really being the point of no return. I can't wait to see if these teams have even prepped it at all as the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco comes out and the Range Blaster here. Blaster fans, I know you're watching right now. All right, Jared, you better paint, my man. You better paint all over the place or paint with the blood of your enemies here. What a comp. Jackpot is bringing everything to the table today. I've never seen such versatility from them.
And ZerraZ on the splash, and I have so many questions, and unfortunately I don't think I'm gonna get answers. We do see the 2 fighting players of Jackpot going down here, as there's a number of things that I want to say about this composition, about these players, right? But Leafi, I mean, for all intents and purposes, Leafi's a fantastic Stamper player. Don't get me wrong. And she obviously just proved it right there. She could definitely hang, even with the prowess of FTWin, the mechanical savants that they are. This is... oh my goodness.
Yeah, crazy fights all over the place here right now. And again, with .Q being the person who can tower ride again, with the exception of some specials. And on the other side, whoa, Jared got all the way behind them. 3 down. Biscuit, I guess, made it on the other way too. I was about to say, with the exception of Biscuit, they don't have a lot that can really challenge .Q's positioning there. Biscuit understood that, moved over, had the right spot there, and let the other members go up and attack. Leafi gets 2, where Biscuit just has to keep running back and forth in the same spot over and over, but he's not going to get away fast enough, and Kyo jumped in, got taken out there. They might hand this checkpoint over to Jackpot here. Mattis is going to be able to poke. Magic, this is getting dangerous in a hurry.
It's getting very dangerous. This is exactly where you need to shore up your defenses, and you can't be going down to stray shots like that. You can't be standing on these straightaways hoping that you can't get shot at. Luckily, Biscuit's in a great position, but unfortunately, Madness is in a better one. And this is going to be the checkpoint going down one last time. The slosh machine goes down. There's one little rat left behind them, but a little bit of poison and a nice little slice of cheese. And that's going to be the game for Jackpot.
Oh my goodness. We said at the very beginning that this gets dangerous in a hurry. There's a reason why this one doesn't get played a whole lot in North American and European tournaments. It's because teams definitely don't like when that can happen to them immediately, when the attackers can feel so favored. Great work there by that comp that, again, Jackpot, again, you know, whether or not they had it prepped specifically for that map mode or whether they said, hey, these seem strong here, let's make it work out. But they have been able to change so much with .Q being willing to play the pencil, being willing to do the cooler work. It has allowed all of the other frontline members of that team to play to their strengths on certain maps and modes. We've seen it work on Splat zones. We've seen it work here on tower control. We know that it's going to work on other modes. We saw it work on Scorch Gorge Rainmaker of all things because, again, those frontline members are able to switch to play what the map and mode requires of them. They just ran right through FTWin right there.
And generally, I don't think the adjustments from FTWin were great. Like, taking ZerraZ off of Stamper on that map mode, especially when you have such good like zipcaster angles, when you can dive towards .Q, right? I definitely don't think that was the right call. But again, that map mode not played too often. I can't imagine they had something prepped for that, or that they were going to go into that one with a surefire strategy. But one we will see a surefire strategy on is Rainmaker Humpback.
Take a break here. Take a break, take a breath. We've, of course, seen the day of the Kraken come out every time that Rainmaker starts to show up. Both of these teams more than willing to play it as well. So we'll see if that was something that these teams liked more on Scorch Gorge, or if they believe it is something that they can make work here as well. I'm curious what Leafi's going to play at this point. I think Leafi's played, what, 5 different weapons at this point? I mean, Jared's kind of gone back between the tried and true. Leafi has shown that she is a true artisan with a number of weapons in her stable. Taking a look at the other side, yeah, this is a lot more of what we've come to expect from FTWin. And on the other side, Leafi's going to go back over to the Splash and finally .Q now. Oh my god, they heard me talking about the versatility of everybody but .Q, who was so willing to play it, and now .Q brings out what I believe could be her best weapon in the ballpoint Splatling.
And Jackpot taking a cue from FTWin, who just won that match with that Tri-Slosher Nouveau with the cooler as the Kraken comes online. And I think I'm sensing a pattern here. Oh, Kraken on Kraken action! The last of Kraken wins, and that is going to be Jared, who's going to pick up the Rainmaker here and probably take this one to a nice little checkpoint break. Obviously not meaning too much in the grand scheme of things, but that's a nice little bonus for the members of Jackpot. FTWin not looking like they have too much of a strong defense here.
No, they've got some specials here that they can use to try to ward some of these away, and it appears, at least for the time being, that they're going to try to patiently wait this out, but I don't think they're going to get anybody here. There's not really a threat to any of these players until Leafi opts to pop out. As I say it, though, a Burst Bomb of all things comes out there. That must have been a really weak carrier, and Biscuit going to dive in there. That was so close to getting popped and going against them, and Madness runs right through, takes out Burstie. Hold on a minute. Everyone's stuck back on the other side. They're so separated. If Madness gets this other one, this could get awful. He does get KO. Burstie respawns in time, angry certainly at how that whole exchange went. Man, credit Jackpot for separating them, and then credit FTWin for not letting themselves get collapsed upon once they got separated.
This is insane. The levels here are just so... Because you wouldn't expect being broken through by that Tri-Slosher in that moment. And the defensive tools here from FTWin look so lackluster, but they've been able to make it work against this composition. It's just such an interesting back and forth strategically because of the way that these players have to play in cycles around the cooler, have to play in cycles around their defensive options that are the Kraken and the Zipcaster and the Inkjet, right? FTWin's going to be able to break through here as the members of Jackpot were not ready quite yet, but now they're going to be able to stop them at the door. that elbow, so tough to break through. And Biscuit's gonna have to try and find something here with Kraken.
Yep, finds Madness, but I don't think Biscuit's going to be able to swim over to that elbow now. It took too long to close that out, and there was still somebody there to meet. Getting the first shot on there. Those first couple shots, not so much RNG. It's after that. That's how you use this weapon. Couple shots back into squid form, and then do it again. Right now, Burstie trying to fish for somebody with those burst bombs. They didn't have the information there. There was an opportunity for Biscuit to run forward, but they simply didn't know. They didn't want to risk it. Now, though, there is no risk moving forward. They're all caught here in the corner. One got away. No, did not get away.
Wow.
Leafi gets taken down there. Jared now has to run after the Rainmaker, has enough people separated, and now Biscuit's way deep. They should certainly be able to get the lead at this point. They would love to take out Jared and do take the lead. Go moving all the way forward down to the 30s for it, but they still have 3 members up there now. They want a lot more than the 30s.
I love how this FTWin roster plays Rainmaker, and they're gonna be able to probably take this one to the bank. No deposit for them. They had a large cash out, but could not managed to get to the teller. That was a little unfortunate, right? They had a great opportunity, and that lead is so tough to break through. The way this FTWin roster plays Rainmaker is just so hot-cold, right? They have every opportunity that they can start to heat up, start to ramp up their play. They do, and every time they need to start backing off and keeping Jackpot at a distance, they're able to manage it. This is such good play, such good Rainmaker play.
Yep, and when they have this double burst bomb comp, they can use that to slowly poke and try to figure out where the members of Jackpot are, find out if they can take dives. Their information's so important, but when it gets into this middle scrum, you can't really do that. It's just a little bit too slow. ZerraZ would love to find one of these 3 that are attacking him right now, was not able to, and I don't believe that Burstie was able to collapse on them either there, so no revenge kill as well. Means that Jared's going to be able to move forward. How close is Jared to Kraken? Apparently not close enough there. Instead, they're going to simply roll a crab up there. Seafood all over the place. They've moved one out there. .Q has to be patient. They take another one out, trying to paint forward there. Now Madness is going forward. .Q still up and alive and dives, but there's nothing to be had there. A wipeout. They were running out of time there. Once again, FTWin patient on the defense. Bombs, hold the elbow. We've been playing this map mode for a couple years, and it's going to take a lot for Jackpot to even have a chance at this Madness. Or, God, Magic. I was watching Madness. Yeah, I'm going mad. That's what I'm saying here. They're going to have a chance. Hold on a second here. All the way on the left side, grabbing it. And they run it up on the left. Where are the defenders from FTWin? Can they move forward? There has to dive back down. Understands where it's coming from. They have the watchful eye of an inkjet there. And now Leafi moves up. Might actually be able to get a couple there. Hold on a sec. Can Leafi go through? No, they have a splash wall up and a crab, so they're going to fight backwards on that as well. Dives forward, Biscuit with the Kraken, and will eat that Rainmaker alive. Again, kept it kind of scary. Every time he gets to that left side, you always have to wonder, but they put it over there for a reason. FTWin confident that they can hold it on that left side, and they will do so. 1-1. We would expect nothing less from these two going back and forth. And we have ourselves a good old-fashioned winners final. They're going to fight it out further and further.
9, I'm sorry. I realized that my mic was muted because I took a second to blow my nose. It did not unmute. That was the first time it happened today.
No worries. I called you Madness halfway through that call. So if you had just opted to leave your room and not commentate with me anymore, I would have been okay with that decision too.
Oh my goodness. That was such a flurry. Right, and the stalling from ZerraZ in combination with the solid defensive play, again, like, it doesn't look like that roster, that lineup, that composition should have any defensive tools whatsoever. But when you're playing against something that is very feast or famine, that also doesn't have the tools to be explosive like that, it ends up being a game of having enough room to work with to really put on, like you said, that burst bomb pressure, that fizzy bomb pressure. The prevention measures were just too much, and FTWin played it perfectly. That was very, very solid. They almost gave it away at the end. Really almost did.
That's one of those, I've also think, like, that's one of those spots you don't put the Rainmaker there unless you're confident that you can hold it there. And they had a splash wall, they had enough resources, so I too was scared, but then when I saw them like slide 3 players up there and still not get any points, I kind of recognized, okay, FTWin probably feels pretty comfortable with this.
Yeah.
One quick update real quick, sorry, and then we'll get back into the set.
No
Starburst is out. They go down 0-2 to Rainbow Monaka Kai. So Rainbow Monaka Kai, what a lot of people would have said is the strongest roster coming into this event that lost 0-2 to Jackpot earlier. Their run continues through the bracket. They will be waiting on the winner of GodsHells and Release. So still plenty of action on the bottom side of the bracket here. We don't have to talk about that right now because we've got two North American legends going at it again here. Clamblitz on Sturgeon Shipyard. Biscuit staying with the 96 Scaldeco. They're going for the jump, and I'm actually not really surprised to see Jackpot not opt to go that here. Matthew, this is one of those maps I'm not really sure that you need the jump or the cheese. And maybe that was the wrong pick because we now have a swap. Leafi has ended the battle here, and we'll get back into it shortly.
Yeah, I was surprised at the ballpoint tri-slosher again. That didn't seem right considering how well the pencil has been working up until this point. What this is so interesting, right? In a story that I want to talk about is that Jackpot really sees this as, like we were talking about, like how they're the Splatoon World Championship representatives for North America, right? They were the ones that qualified back in, was that August, September?
Yeah, September.
They were the ones that qualified, right? And since then, you know, showing a little bit less often, been kind of taking a step back after a very strong showing. And they kind of realize that they need to put themselves through the gauntlet here, right? They need to get practice against international talent. They need to be prepared to play at this high of a level and to adapt to the game in new ways. And that's exactly what they've been showing here, right? They took out two monster teams to get to the point where they are. Now they're going up against a completely reinvigorated FTWin that has beaten them in the past, and it's almost fitting that on the way to the grand finals, they need to play against the team that has been challenging them most recently from their own region, right? This is one of their final tests to really make sure that they are prepared going into the World Championship, and I think that that's just so fitting.
It is. I mean, you laid it out so wonderfully there. We both love a good story. We both enjoy being storytellers, and I mean, this is the story of this event for Jackpot. It's, hey, I mean, we're not going to get a better test to see if we are ready for this. I mean, they're going to be flying over to Japan. Maybe there's jet lag. Maybe the time zone messes them up. Well, half of them streamed for 24 hours ahead of time, and the others woke up at like 3 a.m. Clearly, they're ready for that. Different compositions coming from these teams. They're ready for that. Old rivals who know their stuff. They're ready for that. This is their opportunity to prove that they can do what no North American team has done and win a world championship. But first, they have to close out the World Cup. And now we see it come back in. It is .Q that is staying over now on the ballpoint. Madness is going to be their cooler in this game.
And interesting, Leafi decides to go back to Stamper, right? Using those long-range ledges and just deciding that this is the hill. This is the hill to die on. We're already seeing the coolers come online. We're already seeing the scraps in mid, as this is going to be a very scrappy game. These teams are going to be fighting for their lives in every opportunity and jumping back in when they can get the chance. And because of that, they're just going to go right back to it.
I mean, what an FTWin moment that was. That's unreal. 3 people jumped down on Biscuit, only for 2 people to be there defending Biscuit on that side. The last member has to jump out. Biscuit wasn't even firing at the 3 players that ended up dying there. He was looking at somebody else, and everybody else on his team cleared it up. Now 77 and counting. It appears that they were coolered up, so there'll be a defensive resource there that they can use in order to keep this to a fairly modest score, I would argue, here at the start. Stamper goes down, and another one goes down as well on the side of FTWin. So now with 3 down on FTWin, that jump out and that cooler gave them the specials that they needed to take back mid and get picks on the other side. One of them fumbles and misses, but yeah, we're going to pick that up, score it. We're going to take a lead and head back to mid there. Great response by Jackpot.
rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, they made their way down the field, and they fumbled a little bit, but they definitely managed to hold on and get themselves a nice little touchdown there. That was beautiful, really. It's kind of crazy that FTWin, they got a little bit too greedy, I think, hanging around in mid, trying to contest .Q's ball point, and they were just not ready for players to jump on them in that situation, I don't think. And Jackpot took that margin and ran with it.
Well, and it's so difficult, too, with the specials that Jackpot has brought to the table, and one of those specials being Leafi's main weapon. Whenever you can't react to it, you know that the opponent is in some spot. If you're going to have people rotate over and defend you, there's always the chance that they pop a crab and get the Explo shot out, and all the reaction time in the world won't do anything for you. In the meantime, Kyo actually, I think, pretty smartly scoring that there, giving the rest of the members of Jackpot something to think about, even if there's no immediate follow-up, and for the time being, it appears that there won't be. But they know that they're not going to give Jackpot any resources there. They still have control of Spinner and of mid, so nice job slowly stalling them out by playing objective here. They're in a great spot now, and now this is what they were actually playing for with that play. It's the 10 seconds beyond when the play is made that they have to look forward to, and once these three go in, that's going to be a lead right back for FTWin.
And let's not forget the centerpiece of FTWin, that is Kyo, who just jumped in and got that power clam, who dunked a power clam earlier to create this entire situation. And if you're a player that can create an opening situation completely by yourself against one of the best teams in the world, I think that you're at that caliber of, you're at a whole other caliber of play. And Kyo is definitely the player that is capable of it the most. Almost in North America, almost in the world. He just finds these situations all by himself that he can completely overtake the game.
I think that Q has never been more mad at the centerpiece, the swinging thing there. Q had a member on the opposing spinner dead to rights. That thing comes in and block. We've been blocked by everything today. We've got the little jellyfish blocking our camera, and there .Q got blocked there on that inkjet shot. Because of that, she ended up getting stuck in a weird spot, ends up going down. FTWin not going to let that gift go to waste there. They actually have a couple more clams that they could maybe throw in there. It appears that they tried and were stuffed out, and ZerraZ going to move back to the center of the map to give them some control. Jackpot's been trying to use their specials to break back in here, Magic. It doesn't appear that they've had, from a main weapon standpoint or just a base team play, a real good read on how FTWin has been moving. And with ZerraZ flying around the map like this, I don't really blame him. Yes, you get one, but you trade one in the process, and that's always going to favor the team in the lead.
Right, it's you know, it's the basics that we learned from years and years and years ago. People have always said it's all about the bait and switch. It's all about the distractics. It's all about having somebody like the Stamper coming in and being such an important threat that you have to take care of, that's stopping you from what you need to do, and then another player coming in from the side and completely taking care of you. Finally, Jared is going to turn the tables on that Stamper and be the threat that is going to stop them. There's only 10 seconds left on this match, and they need to make this push count. He's going to be diving, again, trying to be the playmaker himself. There's a power clam for Jackpot, and with the extra damage from the plays, it might be able to do it. Jared trying to dive forward, but not going to be able to find it. That is an unfortunate jump in from Q, just far enough away that she couldn't just throw it in on landing. And that's FTWin clutching it out once again.
By the skin of their teeth. Oh my goodness. If Madness had gotten any closer to be the recipient of that jump, they would have had a chance to score that there. And that's, man, as FTWin, the total difference in your mindset of, okay, they're so far away that they can't throw it in even if they do land, versus, oh man, like, we got to get this absolutely perfect. We've got like frames that we have to get right here to close this out. But now FTWin up 2-1, looking at Splat zones and tower control in the face. Splat Zone's Museum D'Alfonsino. This is one that was so popular at the start of this game, Madness. Yeah. This was one of the Splat zones map that everybody enjoyed. We were still playing Explosher at the time. We had burst bombs, we had crab tanks, and you got to your opponent's spinner and you started to have a little fun. Now there's some real options for what these teams are going to play. We've seen .Q change now to a couple different weapons. I guess I can't even say that confidently here. You would think that you would switch back over to the pencil on this map because it's Splat zones. You want everybody else to not have to worry about being on cooler duty, but they've brought so many different compositions to this fight thus far. Nothing would surprise me from them.
Go E-Leader.
Okay, that would surprise me. Okay, I lied.
But I really think that she should do it. I think it's gonna be something that can completely throw them off their rhythm. And even if Madness is on cooler duty, he could still be an important aggressive threat. And I think that that's the difference here, right? Is that it feels like there's not complete coordination on the aggression from the 4 players of Jackpot that they had with the Snipe Rider. Which, when you think about it, is kind of interesting, right? You know, they're coordinating their aggression better when Q is closer to their range when they're moving as a unit. Right, but I think that they can also do the same thing if Q can stay far back and put pressure on with that charger laser, right?
It's certainly something that you know that the opponent wouldn't be able to match or bring to the table. So what you're sort of banking on there is that if you do try to empower Q like that, she's able to fully take over. Burstie going to switch back over now to the pencil, and it will be 2 pencils on each side. Pretty similar comps all in all. You've got a crab user, you've got a bucket, you've got a stamper, and you've got the pencil. So these teams deciding that, hey, in this, the 11th hour, it's not our comp that's going to change things for us. We simply have to outplay the opponent. And yeah, I think Jackpot's got the advantage thus far, I would have to say.
Yeah, something tells you that they're raring to go on these outplays, right? They're expecting FTWin to start diving towards them. They're expecting Burstie to be throwing those burst bombs constantly, and they're trying to find ways around it. Oh, look at the crab matchup. Trying to tear each other down, and it seems that though Jared's crab is the first to fall. Good opportunity here for FTWin to try and collapse in from both sides, but I think the timing just isn't there, and I believe that's Leafi on the other side has just been a menace here. Has the Zipcaster at the ready. This could be FTWin falling very fast.
Yeah, I mean, this is, look, we've known that this weapon's been so strong at this part of the map. Just diving forward is ZerraZ saying that I've got a cooler there, but that's still going to be a couple seconds. Right side peek with that weapon of all weapons, and now they have enough specials there. Burstie's gonna go down. They have to dive at it here. I'm sorry, I blinked and I missed this game. Is this really all that FTWin has? It is, and we are moving to game 5 in a hurry. So everything that we told you about the coordination that Jackpot has once .Q moves back over onto the pencil. Can you tell that they've prepped this? Can you tell that they've prepped this exact style of comp? Oh my goodness.
That was disgusting. That fadeaway, oh my gosh. 3-pointer. Just completely not looking as soon as it went out of her hands. That was disgusting. And the rest of them too, right? Like Q just flicking over to the left side to get one pop shot on ZerraZ, not looking, completely going back to the right and saying, yeah, my teammates got this. And they do. It is like, that is the level that these players can play at. And that's why we were so surprised during the past couple of games, right? That they weren't able to explode like that. But really, when these players get going, they overwhelm. Completely overwhelm you.
Well, here we are, folks. To use the cliche that I have used as many times as there are stars in the sky, what more could you expect from 2 teams of this caliber but a game 5? Jackpot wins, FTWin, Jackpot comes back, and our winners finals between 2 of the pride of North America will go to game 5. Tower Control, Barnacle, and Dime. A map and mode that none of these players have played seriously for years now. There's going to be some shenanigans. People are going to figure it out in the heat of the moment, but there's some beauty in that madness, I would say. On the bottom of the bracket, I did want to give a brief update. GodsHells did get a 2-0 victory over Release. That is the JP squads battling it out there, which means that your losers semis is going to be Rainbow, Monaka Kai, versus GodsHells. The winner of that will play whichever team is unfortunate enough to lose this game 5 in our losers finals. So we'll certainly be seeing one of those 2 teams shortly. But it's all about this one right here. What meaning this has for both of these teams. For Jackpot to prove that they are sharp and they are ready for the final boss of it all. And for FTWin to prove that even with a couple years off, even throwing the rosters together in a hurry, that they still run this joint. Here we go, folks. Tower control, Barnacle and Dime. Game number 5 here at Splat World Cup Winners Finals. Moving on to Grands. The loadouts come through. There's some blasters on both sides, Madness.
My goodness.
Jared switches back over to his end zap.
What?
Here, of all times.
Q decides that this, and I love this, because Trip Strikes is so strong here, and deciding to play around that as the win condition, the special that needs to be safest, instead deciding Jared, go up on that cooler, be more aggressive, give Madness the opportunity to outplay with that blaster, and give Q the opportunity to send these players crying after getting peppered with sniper shots. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working out right now, as FTWin is deciding they're just going to completely run things down with the Slosher Splash Rapid combo.
Well, and look, they've even switched ZerraZ back over now to the splatter shot instead of the Stamper here. You talk about a crazy pick to have here. They're going to have Kyo instead be the one that provides them with the coolers so that they can do this. It's patch 1.0 again, baby. We are putting crabs on the tower and riding through. .Q survives and actually lands all of those there to slow down, but I think slowing down is all it's going to do. Kyo and Biscuit are still over here. Kyo's going to steal a couple more points here, and the jumps in are going to get closed out as well. Is it really going to end like this, the same way the last game ended in a hurry?
No way, they have no footing. Finally, Q lands a shot. That's going to be everything. This is exactly why I think the ZNF was such a good pick, but they need to land the shot on the Inkjet before it starts taking out their entire team, and she does, and it lands, and there's 15 points left to go, and a cooler blocking the members of FTWin as they're trying to slide forward on this tower path, on this uninkable surface, and Q is going to try and land everything that she can. Leafi goes down, and the members of FTWin are still able to jump in, but Jared's going to be able to at least put on the forward pressure that Jackpot needs to get out of this situation.
They are fighting as hard as they can to simply keep the game alive. FTWin has always had someone, but that someone got caught out there. I don't even know if she saw where Biscuit was in that spot. He certainly looked like he wasn't moving much to me, but maybe my bit rate's too low and I couldn't see it. But either way, that was the anchor that they had kept jumping back to. You take that away, they all have to swim back in, and finally they can come back to the middle and take out a crab while you're at it.
What in the world? This is why I wanted the E-Leader last game. This is why I know that this was a practiced pick from .Q, because she can do so much wonders on this Charger. And if anyone could do it, it's her. There's a reason we've been seeing so many Charger players in this tournament. There's a reason that Nobunaga is hailing this team, Rainbow Monaka Kai, and it is because Charger is so strong still after all these years, and they're just going to have to try and keep their way around. Unfortunately, the flank is what might do her in, and it does. There's 2 minutes left in this match, and FTWin doesn't look like they're slowing down just yet. They have every opportunity.
Did Mattis get 3 there? I think he did, and that last one was direct. They were 3 down there. Kyo came around on the flank, and it's not going to matter. They're all up there. Are they coolered too? Oh, this could get bad in a hurry. They also have the triple ink strike when they start moving forward, and there's not a ton of defensive resources here for FTWin. They're going to throw bombs at. They're going to lose the lead. I don't believe it. They brought it all the way back, and this might go the distance here. Burstie's going to try to move over, but it's just Burstie. 3, 2, 1. Jackpot does it.
How do you manage to hang on when the best players in North America, the best players in the world, are starting to run you down in one of the most claustrophobic maps and one of the most dicey positions you've ever seen, with 1 or 2 players left up on your team, and you decide, no, we are going to hold this, and then follow through on that? What a masterful showing of tenacity, of hard work from Jackpot.
All the prep, 5 radically different compositions in all 5 of those games from Jackpot. To have different things prepped, to trust that each choice that you make on the weapon select screen is the right choice if you simply execute and trust your teammates. 99% of the teams in the world don't see beyond the second minute of that game, Magic. They lose to that very first FTWin push. Q hits a shot. They get rid of the anchor. They get back to mid with that. They have an opportunity. They jockey back and forth for a while. They get a little momentum going. Kyo comes around on an incredible flank, gets 2, and then Madness with the range blaster gets 3, one of which was a point-blank 90-degree direct. Everybody jumps back in, and then it's simply a matter of technique at that point. But positioning right, hitting the right corners, letting the opponent come to you, putting your specials where you need to zone them out. It's top class stuff. Jackpot will represent North America in the grand finals of this event. They will now have a little minute to rest here to celebrate their victory, as I'm sure they already are. Oh man, this has been an unbelievable day of Splatoon.
I'm speechless. I can't. There's not a whole lot more to say that has already been said. Outstanding. It's just outstanding to see these players push themselves to this point. I'm a fan. At the end of the day, I am a fan of North American Splatoon, and it always will be.
Oh really? I didn't piece that together. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. That was just backhanded. Magic, next time you have permission to full speed tackle me for that one. That is, I didn't need to do that. It's not in my nature to be the poke fun bully type. Halfway through the sentence, I couldn't even get through.
9. I don't think I could tackle you even if I wanted to.
Yeah, well, we'll find out eventually. I'm sure at some point. We are waiting now for the next set, Rainbow Monaka Kai versus GodsHells. That is the final set that is yet to be played right now. There are only 4 teams remaining, and that number is about to dwindle to 3. Jackpot in grand finals, the losers finals waited on by FTWin. As we go through and as we wait a little bit, since I believe that set's already gone, let's go ahead and toss the rosters up for these teams. Let's go ahead and start with Rainbow Monaka Kai, if we could here. I'm putting poor production, who also hasn't slept in like 48 hours here, in a really bad position there. But production always answers the bell, as you see what we believed to be the strongest roster coming into this event. Nobunaga, Garandou, abbreviated as Grand, Shuma, and Kontan. For those of you who watched the last edition of SWC, you'll know that this team, with a different 4th player, came in as today is the best day, and they got 2nd place, 3-2 in grand finals to new situation. What a show that was. What a show that these players have been putting on. If you watched any of the Ika 10 weeklies, you'll know that this roster won a lot of them. Nobunaga, Garandou, and Shuma getting those wins, as well as a permutation of this team getting 2nd place in the all-powerful King's Cup, which, by the way, King's Cup 2 coming up in December 2nd. Watch that one as well. Ooh. If you're a fan of Japanese Splatoon. Yeah, Taiji decided that one wasn't enough, so he put it on as well. But it says there at the end, the key lies in whether the sniper Nobunaga can find their rhythm. And it's a perfect jumping off point from what a Charger can do when they find their rhythm, as we got to see at the end of that last game and what it can look like. When .Q finds her rhythm, then it's a reminder that even if it's not the pencil, the Charger class still has a lot to give to this game, Magic.
Almost certainly. At the end of the day, being able to remove someone from the map in a matter of single-digit frames at a length that cannot be challenged will always be strong. Always. It has been strong in all kinds of shooter games before this, and it will continue to be, and there's a give and a take, there's strengths and there's weaknesses, but this style will always have some sort of presence in whatever game you play, and for good reason. It is just so threatening. And that pressure can put on so much more work than another frontline in that slot. So Nobunaga definitely going to be the key here to finding not only the pressure, but also the not necessarily the aggression, but just the resistance. Being able to hold things down, like we saw with Q in that last game. There is one thing that I want to point out about this roster, and that is that on this lovely card, Garandou has one particular weapon that I've been playing around with recently.
Oh, here we go.
And that is the Dreadringer. And the Dreadringer, I believe, is the best slosher right now. And people might not believe me on that. I know. I know.
Dying my coffee. Ow. All right.
It's good. It puts out a lot of paint.
I can't deny that. I won't argue with that part of it.
Like, it outpaints shooters in most of the games that I've played with it. It puts out just as high kill numbers. And Reef Slider, as frustrating as it is, can open up pathways and completely lock down choke points if you use it properly. I think it's actually pretty strong. We do not have to touch that anymore. I appreciate that he put that on the card.
Well, from that awkward ending of the transition, standing trial for Dreadringer, let's take a look at GodsHells, who I would wager probably don't have a Dreadringer, but they have an Anaki Nova here, so, you know, one of six of one, half dozen of the other. MiraMia has been playing the Octobrush for really the entirety of the event. I don't think we saw much of a switch. Gehorin playing that 52 gal, and then Azoo and Ko going back and forth. Azoo being the one who has been playing most of the Squeezer, that's the one. I've only said it a half dozen times today. You'd think I could get it. And Ko switching between different buckets as well. Does have a Squeezer if necessary, if they want to switch back over. This team gave Jackpot absolutely everything they could handle, and one of the best Splat Zones games I think I've ever seen. At the very end of it, Jackpot found everything that was necessary to come together, create an improbable victory for themselves, a 50-plus point hold in overtime to pull it back through on a map that is not easy to hold on. In Mommy Ruins, it is not easy to keep those points going down, as we discussed quite a bit earlier in our broadcast. But it's all to say that these are two wonderful rosters coming together for this event. Anytime you get a good group of 4 Japanese players, you know they're going to be able to create some madness. It would also behoove me to not mention that this weekend is the final online qualifier for Koshin. The 8 teams that are competing in that have already been decided here. So it's not an open qualifier. The open qualifying rounds already happened. But if you are a fan of good Splatoon, the final slot in the Koshin finals that will determine who represents Japan for the World Championship is also happening this weekend. So you get to watch this, then you get to go watch some Koshin qualifiers. Breeze is going on as well. Ooh. It's a great weekend here for our loved little game in Splatoon. And next week is King's Cup number 2. So hold your horses, folks. These next 3 months are going to be fantastic for our game.
Oh, wholeheartedly, right? The fact that we have so many awesome things lined up, right? Like, and of course I'm going to plug this. Genesis in February, returning with Splatoon once again is awesome in its own way as well, right? But on top of that, so many great events are coming up in the next few months. I'm sure we'll have another important online tournament here for the North American scene as well, right? Just because one seems to pop up every other month at this point. There's just so much more to play. As you know, as questionable, people were frustrated by, you know, the content drop for this upcoming season and for the year into Splatoon 3. But realistically, this game is not going anywhere. It is only growing.
Well, and I think it's also, you know, worth noting too that, you know, teams continue to find different ways to play. I mean, we've seen, I made the joke earlier, we saw a different comp every time, every game in winners finals there by Jackpot. Now, Jackpot is able to do things that a lot of other players aren't, but still, I mean, this is not patch 1.0. The double-double is never coming back as in the fashion that it did. So not only is there a lot still left in this game to give, but again, these players are always going to find new ways to adapt and to play against each other. But we have an update, Magic. We know who will be playing FTWin in our losers finals.
Oh, really? And who might that be?
Rainbow Monaka Kai. 2-1 over GodsHells. So our final 3 teams in our grand finals, waiting in the wings, Jackpot. In our losers finals, this best of 5, FTWin versus Rainbow Monaka Kai. Should be worth noting, FTWin did not have to play against Rainbow Monaka Kai earlier. Jackpot was the team that knocked them into losers. FTWin's run to get here was through Release, then through Starburst to get to Jackpot. So this will be a new roster that FTWin has not played against yet. So they're going to have to figure it out. They'll have a little more time to figure it out because this is a best of 5. They'll have a moment's reprieve to figure it out. But boy, oh boy, what we believe to be the strongest roster coming into the day has proven that they, at the very least, can make a loser's run. Looking through this, Magic, 2-0 over Enrage Heroes, 2-0 over Moonlight, 2-0 over Starburst, and then 2-1 over GodsHells to get their match against FTWin, and then hopefully for them, their rematch against Jackpot.
And that would be poetic, almost too poetic to not be planned or something.
We can't let them know.
Anyways, FTWin is going to have to prove that they also not only can do well against North American teams, but they are going to have to prove that they can play against people across the water. They can play against these strong players that, even though Jackpot gave them the smackdown this morning, they have to prove that they can do it as well. FTWin. I think that they can, based on what we saw during the entirety of this tournament. Right? Rainbow Monaka Kai, I mean, they're playing solid, but really, I think that FTWin and Jackpot are just on another level this tournament, and I haven't seen Rainbow Monaka Kai match that.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Rainbow Monaka Kai. We saw him get sent down into losers. 2 competitive games with Jackpot, it should be noted. They were great games. Shuma did Shuma things in one of those games with just an unbelievable sequence of plays that are going to get buried in the annals of Splatoon history when I'm like, maybe 2 players playing the game right now could have achieved that. And then they just ran roughshod over everybody. So we don't really know, like you said, what they've been bringing to the table. We know that their comps are fairly static in the sense that, you know, you've got something that works. Let's not try to mess up it too much. I'm really hoping that FTWin isn't hurting too bad from that loss. I mean,
yeah,
Magic, you've more recently than I have been an active competitor. Losing a game 5 like that and then having to wait like a minute to play your next set, that's not easy.
No. Especially after you put so much of your heart into trying to win that set, right? Like there's just an energy output that if you're not ready, and these players have done marathons of tournaments before, but still, that in that moment, it is so hard to recover that energy and to keep yourself motivated and hungry. And they need to try and bounce back, right? Because that depressingness can just linger if you're not careful.
We are waiting for the teams to get ready, so I figure as we're winding towards the end, this is probably another great time to thank everybody for joining us. I know for a good chunk of you, it's probably pretty early in the day if you're from the West Coast and just waking up, or if you just haven't slept. Doesn't really matter to me. You're here with us all the same, and we love you for it. Welcome into the Splat World Cup 2023 Autumn, the rebrand of the Splatoon World Championship, put on by the Platinum Cup staff and Oda heading that charge. There's a Japanese stream run currently by KitKat and No Risk on the call. That's on Splat Japan CH. Spanish stream, Mino and Dylan on Splatoon UCS on YouTube. They're bringing you a great call there in Spanish. And the Chinese stream, AA and 97 Jiochi on AA Desu's YouTube and 97 Jiochi's Bilibili. So lots of streams that you can bring out, lots of different languages. If you've ever wondered what Splatoon commentary sounds like in other languages, I would advise trying it out. Listen to it a little bit. Yeah. Why not? You've heard more than enough of me over the years, and Magic and I have been happy to bring you these calls as well, this tournament brand that we've been associated with for so long now. But it is great to hear other languages commentate this game, whether it's the energy, whether it's the back and forth. It adds a different aspect of the artistry to it. So all of those streams you can find on the original announcement tweet for this event. You can also find links for all of the commentators there. Go ahead and give them a follow there. KitKat has like 22,000 of them, so just go ahead and give them another one, because why not? And yes, it is that KitKat for you old heads there that are like, wait a minute, didn't Omohide have it? Yes, they did, and that is that KitKat. So an absolute legend on the mic for them. And then No Risk, who is no stranger to winning lots of events himself. So you're getting lots of great perspective there on that, if you can understand Japanese. But this is all to say that this has been a mammoth undertaking here. 10 different teams, lots and lots of countries. You've got Latin America that are represented, and that comprises a lot of different countries, of course. We had a South Korean team brought in today, Ikanabe, who took a game from release, a very strong Japanese team that pushed FTWin all the way too. Ikanabe, a South Korean stalwart that got that far. And of course, Greasy Goblins representing Australia there. So this has been growing, this brand, this event. I know Oda wants it to be even bigger. He wants even more countries. He wants all of the best from all over the world to come down and prove, as a true World Cup should be. I can't wait to see where things go from here once every season, and that's just the right amount for an event of this magnitude.
Let's take a breath. Let's soak it all in, because this truly is a celebration of everything that our scenes, all of our collective scenes, stand for, right? This is the point. We want to find who is the best and who deserves to be put on stage, right? On the virtual metaphorical stage for people to watch, to see, to learn from, and to enjoy the sport, because it truly is. This is showmanship. This is sportsmanship. This entire undertaking is just beautiful in that way.
We would also like to thank Deep L for making the translation possible. We would like to thank all of the folks within the Discord server who have been functioning as translators here. Again, lots of different languages, and a lot of them don't share many similarities with the ones that they're trying to communicate with. But I want to thank the numeric system for being something that most of the world uses so that we can exchange friend codes. I want to thank all of you for your patience as well, because I know, especially at the start of this event, it was taking a while to get these games going. At the very beginning of the event, they tried to make it so that every stream got a separate match on it, which means that, again, you've got multiple different cultures, multiple different languages trying to interact with each other, share friends codes with each other, and it's not easy to do. So we're running pretty smoothly right now, but we do want to thank you all for your patience as you've been hanging through all of this with us, and we promise a fantastic finish here for you as we get into our losers finals.
And a fantastic finish it will be. Ooh, I didn't know the map modes that we were going to be seeing. This is going to be fun. Rainmaker on Crab Leg is such a wildly interesting map mode. Clamblets on Manta tests you in a different way than most other map modes. Splat Zones on Hagglefish is going to be a bloodbath, and if we get there, TC Eeltail, just that long hallway that you just have to sort of mosh pit within, but can also play a lot of fun ranged options. And then Undertow Rainmaker, talk about a finisher, right? If we get to that game 5, that is going to be one of the most exciting games you may ever see of Splatoon. Period.
I'll say it now. We take a breath here. We're waiting on FTWin to join into the roster. They're the ones who are holding us here, folks. They're the ones who just want to torture us all the way through. But you know what? They're the men in the arena, as it were. So I suppose we just kind of have to shut up and wait for them to finish this out. But yeah, this is going to be good. Rainmaker, Crab Leg Capital. We have seen a little bit more Crab Leg Capital get played. I know we saw Clamblets get played in, I believe it was 20XX. It most recently was played in Clamblets there. Got to see some incredible pushes there. It's a really intriguing map. And Rainmaker, I think, maybe doesn't take advantage of some of those aspects like some of the other modes do. But I say that with full acknowledgement that you do have lots of ways to attack the defending team. And that is what makes, in my opinion, a Rainmaker map good. Yes, it's Splatoon 3. We're going to have a choke point or two. But do you have different avenues to dissuade people from just blindly marching forward to that checkpoint, throwing subs, throwing specials there? And in this case, I think the answer is yes. And Clan Blitz Manta Maria, as you noted, certainly common. But did you have something you were going to add to the Rainmaker? Sorry.
Well, the other important thing to talk about, right, is that a non-Charger team going up against the Charger team on Crab Lake Capital means you have to find some way to dispel it, whether that's missile zipcaster or whether that's some other crazy pick that Burstie's gonna grab out of nowhere.
Burstie has been playing pencil today.
Yeah,
so
it could be the pick. We're just gonna have to see.
Yeah.
I don't know. You never really want to like hedge your bets on the range thing if you're not comfortable, right? That's always the give and take with this whole forefront versus the 1-1-2 composition that we usually see, right? Which is what most teams will default to. But with the forefront, you have to have a way to either completely overrun the other frontliners on the other team, or find a way to dissuade the backline from putting on that additional pressure to create a more even 3v3.
Yeah, that's we talk about the basics that we've been figuring out for years now. I mean, that's always been from the beginning of Splatoon 1. It's, all right, how do we move the E leader? And then we get to play 4v3. I mean, if you're not going to run the back line of your own, that's the question. And part of the question, I think, on this one is going to be, first of all, which Charger is Nobunaga even going to play? I mean, it's Rainmaker, so I wouldn't blame Nobunaga for going over to the pencil there, try to give the rest of the team a little bit more to attack with. But I think even that's going to partially depend on what Garandou tries to pick, because Garandou has been playing all of the sloshers for a really long time. You certainly have your Round2 Bo if you want to get your cooler that way and let Nobunaga go to town with a different Charger. But, I mean, we saw earlier, Nobunaga on Rainmaker will opt, in Clan Blitz, will opt to play the Inkvac variation of the Splatter Scope, and they'll have Garandou switch over there. I'm not so sure if that's as strong on Crab Leg, given how many different avenues there are to attack. But I can again see the argument to, yes, go with that. Just take the points when you can get them. There is a pseudo choke point in the middle of the map. So we're going back and forth here about what that permutation is going to be, because that's really the one question about this team that we don't yet know. And those questions will finally be answered, folks. We just stalled for like 15 minutes, Magic. Pat on the back, but we got to get back into it. And it's, I'm sorry, no cooler? We're just not doing that anymore? Okay, let's go fight.
I saw this earlier. I think it was out of this team as well against Jackpot, and I was questioning it. They don't have a cooler player. I think is what it really comes down to. But that's going to be really dicey against a team with forefront and a cooler that can keep them in the fight for so long and so often. Because of that, like, look at how they're all just shoved into this back right corner, right? Nobunaga is going to have a great jumping off point here, and the Crab is at least going to be able to put in some work. But if that is going to be their default, is them completely getting shoved back, that's going to open up so many opportunities for FTWin in the future.
Yeah, well, right there, getting all the way shoved back is FTWin there. A couple players ended up going down there, I think, to one person's Crab. And instead, Nobunaga gonna hit that shot. ZerraZ splatting on the wall. Very poetic. And then Nobunaga opted to take one more shot there. The guts of that player, the gumption to try to take a shot at someone who is shooting an inkjet at you with the Rainmaker shield about to pop there, but jumped out, so no harm, no foul. One of the interesting parts of this map, though, it's very easy to break the checkpoint on this side. The question is, can you get the jump from there? Right now, FTWin probably very happy to get that, given that they're 3 down, but still sharking. They don't quite know where he is, and he's going to make him pay for that.
And this is the high-level play, means that you can just... People will be expecting you to shark. You have to find those really creative shark angles, and Kyo is definitely a player that can find them. Because if you can just outsmart, if you can outthink your opponent and give a nice shark to open up a situation, again, Hyo is going to be the one finding those.
Rocking around here again. Nobody going down to the crab this time. Biscuit fighting it out with a couple players down here on the bottom of the screen. I'm not even sure what took out ZerraZ there, but that's going to be one less attacker for them. They are coolered up here, so this isn't totally devastating, but they have given up the control of mid that they once had. That is the thing about this comp, again, because they're running cooler into no cooler. They are going to be able to take a few more of these chances and create these fights. That's much more important for Rainbow Monaka Kai to win these fights when they have them. Instead, Garandou does put enough damage on that crab for another member to get it out. Now Nobunaga gets it and immediately goes for the grab. Goes up there. There's only one person left, and that's Kyo. I don't even know where he's at, but he's not going to be able to reach this wherever it's at. We're moving this all the way down into the 30s to the 20s. All the way. Some great points there. And Magic, as soon as Nobunaga hit that shot, he moved forward. They're not yet done. They might get a few more points, but it appears for the time being, even Shuma decides better of it. Jumps back and you did not know he was there. I refuse to believe that you knew he was there. Oh my goodness, Shuma.
I think he saw him just as he was walking down, just as he had jumped off of that ledge, and saw ZerraZ sharking and swimming over towards that ledge, and just the insane pre-fire from Shuma. That, again, like, Burstie is great and all, but there's things that only Shuma can do. I'm sorry, Burstie. You're not going to be able to match that.
And speaking of Burstie is great and all, absolutely getting taken for a ride there from Nobunaga as soon as that crab came out. Now Kontan is having a party there in the middle of the map. Biscuit goes ahead and gets a little revenge there, but again, cleaned up by Nobunaga. 90 seconds left on the map. I was initially worried that Rainbow Monaka Kai might have been a little too heavy-handed, staying around that long and attacking for that long, but right now, they're proving that, at least in their firefights, they are okay to do just that. Now, Garandou moving forward there, now mixing up the way that he is going.
Wow.
Missing one little jump, so he's going to have to fall back, but it might actually be better that he fell back, because now he's the only one left alive here in the middle of the map, and he might be able to punish anybody who overextends. Still plenty of time for FTWin. They're in a good position, Magic. They're coolered up. They're going to have a great chance here.
Now, players might be thinking, how in the world could they be doing this without cooler? But the answer is that without cooler, you can still be explosive, right? Because you have one more special that you can use to pop and take advantage. But in situations like this, where your players are suddenly going down and you cannot respawn quickly, and there's a bunch of players in your base, this is when the cooler would be very, very nice to have. But if you're clutch, like Kontan, it doesn't matter. You can keep this game moving. You can keep it rolling. There's jumps for FTWin, but I don't know if it's going to be able to be enough. They need to get these picks, and they need to get them now.
One of them jumped there to touch it. Nobunaga hits the shot. He's not going to be able to pop it. Who's going to grab it? When are they going to wait? Who is going to grab it there? ZerraZ fell down. They're probably going to jump back up, but two went down there. Burstie's still in a good spot, and he uses his crab. Garandou is going to jump and touch it here. I'm not sure that he needed to do that, Magic. This is a rough spot. Where is Nobunaga? Can he hit a shot? Yes! Kontan is waiting. Kontan is shooting. Kontan is there. They have the Rainmaker. Will they be able to go forward? Another one goes down. It's just Garandou. Can they do it? They do. FTWin steals it at the very end again.
No, this team is too clutch. This team has the X factor, whatever it is. That is beyond insane. Beyond insane for this team. Like ZerraZ falling down there. Burstie with the most clutch crab. I really think Garandou made a huge misplay there by picking up that Rainmaker. I don't know what he was thinking. I think maybe he thought that the players had fallen back, or that he had a chance to dump it off, but really, you cannot do that. You have to just keep in waiting, right? ZerraZ got behind them, though. The perfect Zipcaster after the crab usage, and to just completely take care of Nobunaga and the rest of Rainbow Monaka Kai. That is how you manage that situation so well.
I mean, that tells you all you need to know as well about the pressure that FTWin puts on, where, yeah, in that moment with the bird's eye view, with the understanding of who had what specials and la-di-da, we were able to, you know, just happily up here on our perch say, oh, I'm not sure that Garandou should have grabbed that there. There wasn't an immediate threat. They could have probably let it reset, but there's no way of knowing that when FTWin has been attacking you. They defended that position on that side of the map for about a solid minute there, and it could have gone even longer. So when there's that threat coming in, eventually you are going to crumble a little bit. To borrow a term that Hitzel used back in like 2018, apply game-winning pressure the entire game and you'll win the game, which is almost poetic in its simplicity. But part of the wisdom in it is that eventually the opponent is going to slip up, and that was just a small miscue. We said it earlier, where Jackpot had a small miscue against GodsHells in the game that they dropped. So FTWin steals one, frankly. I mean, that early push in the way that Rainbow Monaka Kai was playing, they looked like the better team for a good portion of that, but all that matters, the W in the end, and FTWin takes the first.
Another piece of wisdom from Hitzel. Doesn't matter how many good pushes you have, what matters is your best push. And FTWin made that best push, and they're going to try and do it again here. Double slosher for the members of North America. They're going to be running into a very similar style. The gal is so interesting. Was that a... what?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either.
Was that just a burst bomb?
I think
was that burst bomb chip from Burstie and ZerraZ?
Well, what I was about to say is this is double slosher, double burst bomb. So anytime you get hit by one thing, it's going to be like like lights coming out and as moths to the flame. They're just going to immediately put big damaging hitboxes all over the place to find a way to close out every time one of those hits. Meanwhile, on the other side, we didn't even get to talk about Shuma, who has switched over to the 52 gal here, trying to fight it a little bit more on a long-range stage. And that Shuma's not the one I thought was going to be changing weapons if any of these players were going to. But all in all, it means they're still not running a cooler. It means they're still going to try to fight their way through the old-fashioned way. And Manta Maria, this is a map where it can take an awful long time to get anything going. You would certainly love the ability to dive in and try to make plays. Instead, there are like 3 different fights happening everywhere on the map right now. It appears that FTWin has gotten the better of them, and sure enough, that's a wipeout. And Kyo, the most front-facing member, is the one with the power clam.
And again, this is a situation where if they had cooler, they might be back up in time to at least stop and Kyo from just directly running in there and getting these early points. Of course, not going to land anything else off of that burst and not getting there quite in time. But now that they're in, that's what matters. What matters is the position. And yeah, this squeezer might be distracting in mid and whatnot, but they've bought so much time. They've got so many paint on the ground, and they've got specials in the ready, like almost cycled. So now they're going to be sitting in mid and almost be ready to push again.
Yep, and they've already caught out where ZerraZ is over on that side. The other two already went down. If they close out ZerraZ here, they're going to be in a real rough spot. Haven't quite pieced them together yet. Now they have. Nobunaga's going to go ahead and flip back over here. No opts not to grab it there. I guess they just really weren't certain where ZerraZ was, or if there was somebody else on that side, maybe taking one shot before getting ready to jump in. All the while, though, the members of FTWin have gotten back in defensive positions. They've marked a couple players here. If these trip strikes don't open things up right here, you have to think this is sort of a missed opportunity. Garandou going to try to run through. Somebody's back there and is able to be closed upon by ZerraZ there. I guess there was somebody up in front either way, and ZerraZ, yeah, sorry Nobunaga, as good as you are, it's going to be really tough to close out that. That's a delayed wipe, 4 going down there, and another one falls on the other side. This is just absolute madness in favor of FTWin.
I mean, how do you stop a stamper? Right? I asked that question genuinely, because I have not figured it out myself. Whenever I start running into stampers, and they know exactly what they're doing, it feels like impossible. What do you do against that? A falling flick into a horizontal shot, and you just die, and the entire team gets to just roam free because you're putting on so much pressure because you zip cast it in, and they have to turn around and look at you, or else you die. It's impressive, and ZerraZ has been a master at this. Just shown the world how crazy Stamper can be.
And how frustrating it can be to play against, too. There's a human element of this, too, where you feel like you're doing everything right. You've got them in your sights. You have a decent cadence on when they're going to swing and where they're going to shoot, and you still can't close it out. All the while, it's big, damaging hitboxes coming the other way. Now, again, Shuma's doing a fantastic job juking and making it difficult to identify, and he still barely got away with that. ZerraZ is going crazy this game. Now they're moving over to Biscuit here, and Shuma versus Biscuit, a crazy fight here in the center, but ZerraZ is already back because of the cooler. Shuma can't close him out either, and all of these fights going in favor of FTWin right now, and even if they don't, because they're coolered up, they have so much room for error as they're going through this. Now, I will say, for all of this winning that FTWin has done in the middle of the map, they actually don't have that many points. That's 2 power clams and 2 regular clams for those of you keeping score at home, which means this is still very much a game that is up in the air for the time being. With 30 seconds left, FTWin needs to stay solid right now, hold on to mid, and it appears they're doing just that.
But they also have the opportunity to completely end the game right here, and I think that they're going for it. Oh no, ZerraZ is able to get taken down. Burstie has this crab, so he's going to be able to pop it up here and completely prevent both of these lanes from really getting too close. However, that's Shuma, and a great shot from Kontan's Tryzuka, but no, the middle of the map is just still not able to be taken down by these shooters. Nobunaga has not had any chance to breathe, and that is FTWin going to be closing this out, dunking this clam, and preventing Rainbow Monaka Kai from even getting an opportunity to score.
And man, everything that we said about FTWin, how do you rebound from a game that you lost to Jackpot there? Rainbow Monaka Kai, how do you rebound from losing game number 1 in that fashion? Again, barely losing that game to FTWin. And then this game, FTWin comes out and fully dominates with a comp that they played to absolute perfection. Never in that game did it look like Rainbow Monaka Kai had a legitimate chance to create a scoring opportunity. I know partway through, I talked up, hey, it's still a close game score-wise, but they never got a hold on where the members were. They were never able to cleanly win all of these fights. And again, not to just totally drive a point all the way into the ground. Cooler versus no cooler on a wide map. It's brutal.
It's so brutal. And why GodsHells could run no cooler was because they had something to help them get back in, which was the beacons. And even then, it really was not solid, right? They were still overrun by the pressure, by the constant uptime, and by the constant cycling of specials, because when you go down with cooler, you do not lose any of that special. And they just could not match it. I didn't see the stats from that game, but I can imagine they just did not have the number of specials that they probably wanted.
Here we are, folks. 1 game away from FTWin moving back on to fight against Jackpot in Grand Finals. Meanwhile, Rainbow Monaka Kai, they have made a run of runs to get this far, to get a chance to beat FTWin and get their rematch against Jackpot. Now moving on to maybe the most played map mode in Splatoon 3, it's going to be Hagglefish Splat Zones. Taking a look at the comps, they're going to opt to stick with double slosher here. And again, they're getting their coolers from Kyo. Burstie, I guess the end zap just isn't enough right now. We need a little bit more.
Garandou switching and going to that cooler as well. I think that's such an important adaptation from Rainbow Monaka Kai. As well as Kontan going on to the Tryzuka machine that is the splatter shot. And for good reason. They need Shuma to switch back to be this presence with the burst bombs and the movement. But of course, if ZerraZ is in your face, there's not a whole lot you can do there. FTWin is still pressuring and putting on good, solid resistance. But Rainbow Monaka Kai looks like they might be back in this.
Yep, and of course we know that on Splat Zones, Nobunaga is going to have a chance to fire at things that are, standing maybe a little bit more stationary than they would before. Meanwhile, I do, as you noted, love the switch over here to the splatter shot, because at the very least, you're not going to have to rely on what the squeezer can bring to you. You're going to get a few more Tryzukas, and if the opponent's going to try to build up specials and go in, it makes perfect sense here. Now, the one trick of that is, again, because you're not playing a squeezer, you're going to have to win some firefights that the squeezer would probably win by default, as Biscuit gets... he didn't even mean to fire at that second one, I'm certain of it. Was trying to close out the other, but when you can hit directs, that's how the cookie crumbles. Now firing, chasing down that crab all the way back, even jumping up on the box to get a little bit more height. The details magic.
We haven't talked much about Biscuit during this entire tournament, which, thinking about it now, is kind of a shame, because he is also one of the most mechanically impressive players in North America, period. Easily the cream of the crop that always rises to the top. he is always able to put on so much good pressure. He always has a chance to pop off and create some magical, masterful plays. Unfortunately, did not make a magical, masterful play there. Nobunaga is able to start putting on that rhythm, is able to start actually dancing with FTWin.
Well, FTWin got an awful lot of points out of that before he found the rhythm, so just a few more here before they start scoring some points. But Nobunaga, again, a couple bombs there. He's totally displaced from what I would argue is a pretty good position to fire up at the opponent's tent there. They are going to get ZerraZ in the mix, so now Nobunaga has a chance to fire and even got his wall out in time. Was not able to hit that shot, but that does mean that the crab is down. Special cycle certainly in favor of Rainbow Monaka Kai. They're going to take the lead. A couple more of these picks, they may take a lot more than that. They've certainly got painters up. They identify where kill is coming from, and Shuma closes that one out. There's blood in the water magic. He moves forward there. He fights it out here. Would love to close this out and then get ZerraZ. He's got a friend to help him, but he won. ZerraZ does go down. There's enough time there. Can they outpaint for just long enough? 2-1. They will. They certainly will. And the game is still alive.
And we talk about how Burstie can't really match up to Shuma. Right there, he gave him up for. He knew exactly what that range was going to be and exactly how to play that fight to wait for his teammates. And he collapsed on it. He collapsed on Shuma overextending. And speaking of overextending, with a cooler and ZerraZ, you cannot step forward out of your base. That's 4 down for Rainbow Monaka Kai. And FTWin, from the depths of a defeat, from the abyss in the Ocean Ridge, have found their way back into this match. They're not going to be able to maintain the lead here. They're not going to be able to grab it, but they are going to be able to at least maintain the zone and put on this pressure on Rainbow Monaka Kai.
The game is still alive. Oh my goodness, if FTWin steals 2 of these games, what a set this would be for them. They still have plenty of time, a whole minute left. Yes, the opponent is tacticaler, but they're fine. You can simply build one up as well. One thing they cannot do at this point is the special cycle cannot go the other way. They've done such a great job of cycling flanks around the backside to pester Nobunaga. If your charger isn't giving you anything, it means that you're going to have a real opportunity once you dive in. Trades on the other side. They now are in a good position. That Shuma that went down right there. Nobunaga's probably going to save these trip strikes until someone else can go in to close it out. He understands 30 seconds left, keeping an eye on it. What is our win con? Who do we have to get picks on to close it out? You got to find an answer here pretty quick there. That crab tank is out. You might have waited a little too long.
Need to find ZerraZ here, who's in the Zipcaster, and Nobunaga finds it, but not before taking down one member of Rainbow Monaka Kai, but there's no time. 9. The strip strikes did not come out. The perfect execution on the Zipcaster to distract and prevent Nobunaga from going in at just the right moment, and ZerraZ and FTWin lead their way to a 3-0, and my goodness, the games were close. That score does not tell the whole story. But that is FTWin proving that they are here on the international stage and winning.
Well, folks, we can officially say it now. There's no more maybes, not a single if. You will have a North American champion here at Splat World Cup 2023. It took us a lot of attempts and 4 teams, but it will happen here today. What a showing here from the members of FTWin. A round of applause at tip of the cap for Rainbow Monaka Kai. Again, a point away from winning 2 of those games. But close isn't enough. Has to be said. Those trip strikes at the very end, we wondered if they waited a little bit too long. Garandou in that Rainmaker game, maybe not needing to jump on that Rainmaker. But FTWin's patience, the hot and the cold, the variation, they're strong, man. This is 3 members of a team that was pretty much untouchable in the North American scene for an awful long time. And ZerraZ, who has played with them for a while, absolutely no slouch either, is a European champion and will also be at the World Championship later on. So about the best roster you could put together. And they're going to have one more set to prove it. Jackpot versus FTWin in your grand finals. The final set for you all today. This will be a best of 5. If we get a bracket reset, it will be a best of 3. Jackpot 3-2 over FTWin with one of the most improbable tower control comebacks you will ever see. FTWin has to feel like they had that set in the bag. They are ready to finish what they could not finish earlier on. And you know what's bizarre? Normally as these events go on, the time frame gets worse for the teams that are in Grands. Here,
right, yeah.
It's getting better. Like, now if you woke up early, you should be more awake here if you're a North American team.
Oh, yeah, no. These players, I mean, yeah, they're going to be tired because they got practically zero sleep last night, but they're going to be at the peak of their wakefulness cycle, so they're going to be playing some darn good Splatoon. That is for sure. After warming up throughout all these matches, after playing against one another, trying to figure each other out, this is going to be the even ground matchup of the night, of the morning. I guess it's not really night anymore, I guess.
No, definitely not. Sun's been up for a little while, but you know what? My sympathies to you. I get it. I get it. And if you are just joining us, just waking up, or you've just saw a tweet that said that 2 North American teams are in grand finals of Splat World Cup, we welcome you. We're probably on this stream not telling you anything new about these teams. All we can tell you is the journey that they had to take in order to get here. The very first set that we watched today, Jackpot 2-0 over Rainbow Monaka Kai. FTWin 2-1 over Release. FTWin 2-1 over Starburst. Jackpot 2-1 over GodsHells. Jackpot 3-2 over FTWin. FTWin 3-0 over Rainbow Monaka Kai. Jackpot versus FTWin here for your grand finals. We said it in the winners finals, but we'll rehash it in. There's a lot on the line for these two teams. For Jackpot, the chance to prove beyond all reasonable doubts that they are the best team in North America, that they are sharp, that they are ready, that they are prepared, and that they are capable of bringing home a Splatoon 3 World Championship, which would be the first that North America has won since the Day Zero tournament of Splatoon 2 back in the Splatoon World Championship 2017. For FTWin, this brand of Splatoon that has been synonymous with excellence, with victory, that fell short on the world stage back in 2019. Their chance to prove that here in 2023 and beyond, they are back and they are ready to kick the tires on the team that was so close so many times but never able to hit the peak, the thing that their team was brought together to do. And a win over Jackpot to prove that they're the strongest team in the West would certainly be a nice way to start that out.
You laid out the stakes here, Nine, but what exactly is this match going to entail? It is going to be two teams that fight and fight and fight again. These players have an incredible amount of mechanical prowess, and they are not afraid to start completely going to the butchering table. They're going to use their aggression. They're going to try and find picks together, right? Burstie has been doing so well at pairing up with his frontliners, right? ZerraZ has been outstanding at distracting and helping Kyo find those flanking opportunities and sharking opportunities. But on the other side, Jared has just been so slippery. Leafi has been playing weapons that can absolutely tear open a team if they're not careful. And Q has been lights out on these chargers, on almost every weapon that she's played today, because she's just that strong. Even with a pencil, which is not the strongest charger, she's going to put on so much pressure, especially with the chip damage comps that Jackpot has been bringing. It's going to be just like we saw in the winners finals. It's going to be close.
It's almost not fair that we got to see that in winners finals, because how can this grand final set possibly live up to this? Rainmaker, Brine Water, Clam Blitz, Flounder Heights, Splat Zones, Mahi, Tower Control, Ship Shape, Rainmaker, Crab Leg, Capital. I can't imagine that these are practiced maps by any of these teams, but there's some beauty in that. I always say that when greatness is pushed to desperation, that is where you find the true essence of what it means to be a competitor. It's the moments that I live for here in the commentary booth, and we're going to see a whole lot of that starting right now. FTWin, Jackpot, North American Grand Finals, Splat World Cup 2023. Let's go!
And here we do see it. The Stampers are matching the coolers are coming through Q on that Snipe Rider, and Jared going back to those fighting dualies, and I think that's exactly where he wants to be. He's going to be trying to play around madness here, and it's going to be whether or not these crabs can actually get their money's worth. Unfortunately, Biscuit's going to have a lot to talk about with money.
Got 2 of them down already there, and yeah, it's starting to get ugly here in a hurry. Who's going to grab it? Burstie's going to opt to wait out the crab there. Jared, great job using that to stabilize and stall, and hey, get another one as well. That's all you can ask for. Stabilize, stall, and then stick them. Kyo going to grab it. Get a couple points off there. You have to think that was more to slow them down. Now that Biscuit is back and has his Kraken as well, he's going to take a dive at this Rainmaker, take out the Rainmaker there as well. But where are the other members? He knows there's never just one member of Jackpot, and the one that was there closed him out. Now hold on a second. Now things could start to get out of control in a hurry. The other members have come back in to close it out, thankfully. That was ugly, and yeah, Leafi was still there waiting the entire time. FTWin looking sharp on the defensive side.
Ooh, ZerraZ really wanted that crab. Jared has been doing such a good job at utilizing these crabs, right? The dualies you wouldn't think are going to be putting out that much special pressure, but they really can if given the opportunity, and so they do. The Rainmaker Pop is going to go in the favor of Jackpot, but I believe FTWin is going to be the one with the pressure and presence here in the mid ground. Leafi's not going to find anything. Q's going to get pushed back by this crab, and that's going to be a checkpoint break for FTWin.
Barely, and they had to pay a lot for it there. Leafi picking the exact right moment to dive. There was a crab looking forward as well as a Kraken there. They were looking for a lot more than just barely getting through the checkpoint. Instead, they're going to trade 2 lives for the checkpoint, and they might give the checkpoint right back as well. Now, Leafi on the headhunt looking on the other side to find out. Apparently, there's nobody there. No, there was. Of course, Leafi would know where they are. The swords fight each other. They clang. They both go down. And sure enough, magic. Both of the teams barely getting any on their first push. On the second push, that checkpoint is gone, and now the game can really begin.
Yeah, this is... now we're back in Rainmaker and Splatoon 2 kind of levels. It's very easy to open up. It's very easy to get deep pushes now that there's no checkpoint, right? Because all you need to do is find one opening, right? And we talk about the margins. We talk about how close these players have to be finding these opportunities, and how those opportunities can wind up snowballing out of control because they're so good at capitalizing off of mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, look at them stepping forward a little bit too far as the members of FTWin, because Jackpot is surrounding them with green paint. The triple Linc strikes gonna land and get them away into the ramp, and they're gonna be able to find more. Leafi with a great Zipcaster, able to paint the path forward. And although they're going to be going down here, they're probably cool it up. They've got a good opportunity to hold things down in mid, and FTWin has to try and find a way to fight back, and it might be Biscuit.
Whatever RNG Biscuit is programmed into that thing, I want it for my 96 gal deco, because it certainly doesn't behave like that. Great stuff here by FTWin. A nice response and another one. Madness goes down very, very early here. Tacticooler isn't even a conversation. And look at that, rotates over, goes and tries to find another way. Where did that player go? Got through there. Okay, I know they're not happy about that. I don't know how Leafi got through there. That Kraken was all over that angle, and Leafi must have swam away just in time. Again, I thought that FTWin was going to get the lead off of that after the big explosive play and taking another one out so early. Instead, now they're going to have to find a way to get this Rainmaker out of the way, and .Q's probably going to leave it down here for a really long time. There's not a whole lot of incentive to put it anywhere else.
No, I mean, really, if you can bleed the clock and put them into a checkmate situation, you gotta go for it, right? You've got to make FTWin come to you. And even though FTWin's great at breaching positions, they're not going to be able to do it here, not when Jackpot is completely set up to do this. Now the Rainmaker timer is off, and they're going to have to shove it all the way down deep into this corner so that FTWin cannot get a quick push off, that they have to go across mid in any attempt that they have. And Jackpot's just going to inflate this. They're going to make it as hard as possible to get any kind of progress forward. The Stamper is going to be zip casting around. Madness is going to be at the door waiting with the bombs, with the sloshes, and going to be hiding around these corners. Fortunately, Kyo is able to break through. FTWin might have... Wait? Okay.
I was like, wait a minute, we're watching Kyo and it says they grabbed the Rainmaker. All right, there we go. some fun to be had on the bottom of the screen. Jared grabbing it at the right point and even saying booyah at the end of it, knowing that any small chance that was there was absolutely snuffed out. Grabbing it there. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm like, wait a minute. I think Jared just ended the game right there with the cheeky Rainmaker grab. Oh, well, I mean, but okay, to build on something that you talked about there, Magic, that's one of the reasons why you put it on that side. Because again, if they pop it and step away at all, you drop down and touch it, and there you go. That's the game. And then Jackpot, great showing. You
reset the scenario, right? Where you have to drag it all the way across bed. You have to make so much more progress. You have to take so much more time, right? And Rainmaker can really get stally like that, especially in maps where we have these deep offshoots, is what I will refer to them as, right? Which is rough, but that's the state of the game, right? If you didn't get a good push and you handed it to the enemy team, they're going to take advantage of it.
Jackpot 2 games away from closing this one out, and they can feel it right now. You know that they are pumped up. They have wanted a victory of this caliber for so long. People forget that it was only a few short months ago that Jared, after winning an event, that event, of course, being the IncTV Resurgence League, said, "We finally won a major." Isn't it wild? Like, we're not that far removed from them still losing to Starburst, and now they look so strong. They've got so many different comps, so much versatility. They're sharp at any hours of the day, winning on every mode. Now we move to Clan Blitz Flounder Heights, and I'm gonna be honest, folks, been a hot minute since I've seen this one played on anything that wasn't my solo queue screen. We can tell you what we know about Flounder Heights, which is that burst bombs are really strong, lots of angles, probably going to be some Tri-Slosher that is played, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see one Machine Neo, maybe even two, because of how pesky it can be to track where opponents are coming up on these walls. From a Clan Blitz perspective, the pods are oddly placed, and if you're not certain of where they're spawning, it can slow everything down artificially.
And we're going to have a lot of... I'm expecting Krakens here. At least one, right? Come on. No? Interesting. They're not going for anything crazy like that. They're not trying to depend on those situations. Instead, ZerraZ switching completely off the Stamper, instead going for Wiper, whereas Leafi is maintaining. And like you said, the Machine from Madness, but not the Machine Neo. Instead, the Booyah Bomb. Instead, to trying to collapse around those high grounds and completely push people off of them.
Continuation, sustainability, it gives you a little bit of everything, but we kind of buried the lead here. .Q has switched over to the Rapid Blaster Deco at this point, which means that Jared, who has been fighting well with just about every weapon that he plays, is now going back to what might be the worst fighting weapon in his arsenal, which is going to be the N-Zap here. So again, if you feel like you're fighting just fine and you don't even need Jared, this is a great comp to be able to bring out now. You've got all kinds of different avenues to poke to identify where the opponent is coming from, especially if you're not going to use the point sensors of the Machine Neo. The Torpedo can do just fine on that mark as well. But this is what we're going to see a lot of, a poke, a check on this side. Hit one side, nobody's there. Let me go ahead, poke up again on the center, get my Tacticooler. Every side's going to play this pretty slowly, I would wager, until 3 go down. There's no reason to slow down at this point. Jared's going to fight the world right here and get taken out without slowing them down a whole lot. I think that this is finally an opportunity for FTWin, although it does look like Jackpot was Tacticoolered up, so they might be able to slow it down somewhat, but with the door open, we'll see how much FTWin can get.
Right, Jared just tried to stall for those cooler respawns, and that's all he needed to do. Unfortunately, it's very easy to score on Flounder Heights Clan Blitz because of the ramp, because of the situation, the low ground around the spawn base. It is very hard to defend. Fortunately, Jackpot, with the coolers and everything, they were able to maintain, they were able to keep things alive. Jared's going to trade out ZerraZ there after getting coolered, and this is going to be Jackpot slowly making their way back in. They can land a couple of shots.
Pretty solid job on the defensive side there. Again, like you said, easy to score here, still very much tenable, and with the way that Jackpot has been engineering come-from-behind victories here, they have to look at that and say, 40 points, no big deal, we got this. Yeah. We get this in our sleep, but I've been really impressed with how disciplined Burstie has been with putting his crabs at the right time to slow down and cover for when his team is trying to find ways back in and move forward. it's been a great job because it hasn't been even in the center of the map. Leafi's been playing very, very well and attacking the right spots as you would expect her to do, but they haven't gotten any real footing on the opponent's side of the map because of the timing of Burstie's crabs.
Exactly. And here it is again. As soon as they cycle, they cannot move forward. And if you're putting one crab out every 30 seconds, it is just too much to handle. That's probably why they had this Booyah Bomb, to try and prevent those crabs from really taking over the game, making them move, making them be threatened, right? But it's just not enough here. And another Zuka from Biscuit, and that's going to be FTWin scoring once again after they take down Jared.
Yep, and maybe even a little bit more. Burstie still up there, does get swallowed immediately by enough burst damage there. A pretty good pick there, but they don't really know where Biscuit's at. Biscuit can close it out as well, not able to do so though, and now has to jump all the way out. They rotate Kyo over and he gets swallowed, and that probably isn't where Biscuit was trying to jump to either. What a great back and forth there, jousting of those two teams. Elite bait and switch versus discipline on the defensive side. Jackpot reaping the rewards for it there. A crazy shot onto Kyo there. Oh, this is a really risky crab there. If this gets taken out, they have no defensive resources. They're going to lose the lead, but I'm a little more concerned with what comes after. It appears they were coolered up, and Jackpot will take their foot off of the gas pedal for the time being. What a response they've already put together.
What a response indeed. That was explosive, right? And that's what we talk about this team. If they could just find one opening, that's all that they need. Fortunately, it's the same for FTWin. They can just get one more pick. If they can make use of Burstie's crab and get into position to do so. But I think Jackpot's catching on. Leafi over in the side street, preventing Kyo from getting these cheeky little angles. Unfortunately, .Q is going to be able to go down here. This score means there's only a couple more clams that need to be scored for FTWin to take the lead, and Burstie's not going to be able to go for it. They're just going to save it. They're going to go for the long haul here. They've got 20 seconds, 40 with overtime, and Jackpot is still not on solid ground in the mid.
Power Clam and one other clam will take this right now. That's what they're playing for. Here comes the crab. That's 2 down already. They have all the specials here, but now the crab's actually slowing them down because Burstie is the one who is carrying it. He's trying to find someone to get through here. Here he goes. Did he get it in? He did. Can they find one more? They do. Off the top rope, a toss in. And there you go. You give a little, you get a little. FTWin takes that one in overtime. And of course, both teams striking quick.
And FTWin, it didn't even look like they were really diving forward in the mid-ground, right? But they were able to just have enough peripheral control of the center of the map that they were able to push Jackpot back. And I think that that's such an interesting way to think about playing around that Flounder Heights top mid. You don't really want to be on it. You want to control it from the sides. And they did it exquisitely. Every time you saw them diving left, and as soon as Leafi overcommitted to going towards that side street, she got collapsed on, and the other members just could not find a foothold. .Q immediately got collapsed on because there was nobody guarding her, and ZerraZ took that opportunity. That's the kind of presence that you need to have in Flounder Heights, and it's such an interesting strategic map, strategic back and forth.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I get it. Players probably don't like this sort of map list, but for those of us as observers and fans of the game, these are scenarios that we don't get to see a whole lot. You know, really good players playing these map modes and trying to push them to the absolute limit, play them at the highest level. So it is a joy to see, even if the players maybe aren't as comfortable or confident in those positions. But this next map mode is one that's gained some popularity as of late. Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi Resort. And there is all kinds of stuff that we could see here. This was the map mode in 20XX, where we saw Leafi switch over to the Tentarella. Leafi used the Tentarella a lot earlier today, hasn't used it a whole lot since, but this was a map mode where they had that specifically prepped. So we'll see now if they opt to stick with that prep or if FTWin's giving them second thoughts.
You have to imagine that they're going to stick with their prep, right? You can't back off now. You can't back out now.
Yeah, but I mean, Tentarella is one of those weapons where if you're not feeling it, man, that thing can really get pushed back into a non-contributory position. I'm gonna drink some coffee magic. What are we seeing here?
Looks like about same old Biscuit switching over to Squeezer, which we haven't seen in a long time. Gosh, I remember that foil Squeezer play on Splat Zone's Inkblot back in Riptide of 2021. That I love Biscuit's Squeezer, and it could take over this game, but Leafi is going to stick to that Tenderbrella. We are going to see the combination that we saw Jackpot take over Rainbow Monaka Kion. They're going to have an opportunity here to really make sure that their fighting potential is up to snuff and that they can tend with FTWin's aggression.
Yep, and here it is, as you said. Tenderbrella out, we're playing into the prep right there, and oh my gosh, poor Burstie doing everything that his poor little shooter can do, but that's not going to be enough. Thankfully, ZerraZ was there to get the revenge because things were about to get ugly in a hurry. And I think ZerraZ just got 3 people and now going for a 4th, flying about the map there. Single-handedly pulling FTWin back into this game, and he's not yet done. He's going to land safely because of where he launched that thing. So ZerraZ on the Stamper, saving FTWin, who was in a really bad spot. And now, if they get this cooler up, they are actually going to be winning the cycle of specials. But it looks like it took a little bit too long, and it's going to be Jackpot with the first answer from a special standpoint.
Jackpot first answer, no lead for FTWin as the Doolies dive forward. Not going to be able to find much, but they are going to let Jackpot move into some really nasty positions, and for that, 2 members of FTWin make it 3 are going to go down. It's just Burstie, cool it up, and have a couple of opportunities to keep the paint at bay, but this is a rolling Jackpot, and you do not want that snowball heading towards you, or it becomes an avalanche.
Well, and the scary part is, too, I'm not even sure where Burstie sets up. He's going on this side to try to open it up, but Jackpot used that time to move Madness over on this side. Now they're collapsing on this side. Again, this is where putting a special on one side and trying to pivot to the other is unfortunate. If the opponent wises up to that, they will get to that position before you do and take you down before you can even get close to the zone. I don't think that special found anything either. ZerraZ is going to need to create a miracle with a weapon that can't really paint. Fights forward, they're not able to take them out. 2-1, and Jackpot, a confident victory over FTWin. Magic, you said it right at the start. You got to play your prep, right? You got to trust it. Well, they played it, they trusted it, they won it.
I really do feel like this is Jackpot's strongest composition, and I think that they know that, but they can't pull it out on every map mode. But when they can, they know how it works. This is probably what they've been testing in scrims the most, right? Because it's pretty unconventional, right? The Tenderbrella is something we don't really see. So they've had to try and work through all the kinks, but now that they have, they can bring it to the map modes that they need it. And they can take over games. I mean, that was just emphatic, right? The fact that every time FTWin tried to find an opening, which they're really good at doing, they couldn't do it, 9.
Will they have an answer? Tower control, ship shape, cargo co. This map mode, I mean, this is where the infamous double wipeout screenshot occurred here. This is where Jackpot managed to get a crazy victory in Super Jump, where they finally were able to overcome and defeat the strong JP pickup that had entered into that event. So you know they feel very, very strong here. They've already beaten FTWin on tower control on a very similarly structured map from the ways that you attack it. So they have no reason to feel anything but absolutely confident here. It's just kind of funny, right? Like one of the only 2 times I've seen Ship Cargo Co. It's been Jackpot in Grand Finals. They just bring some of these maps with them, I'm convinced.
I mean, it's also an interesting map mode. It kind of plays a little bit like Macomart, but a little bit more congested, right? Because you have those high grounds closer to the base. It's a little tight in the mid where you have those 2 raised platforms, and you've got this kind of canyon in the middle of the map. So it's interesting to play around, but it's still tight. It's still tough for players to get going with things like a blaster, because it's so easy to get jumped on. So I'm curious to see what we're going to find here. I'm expecting a couple of rapids and maybe some sloshing machines. Yeah, that's about what I expect.
Bold pick, and there it is, the range blaster out from Madness. Jared switching back over, I guess staying at this point, with this comp. This is a very, very strong comp, and Leafi moving over to the crab as well. Championship point for Jackpot here at Splat World Cup 2023. Fighting over basic control of the middle here at the start. How are they going to enable madness? This is a very, very fast comp that FTWin is running here. A very fight-heavy comp. And I guess that's one way to protect him. Just go ahead and take everybody else out before madness can even get over there. And then let this blaster go to work.
This blaster is about to. These grates are so tough to defend, especially when you have a blaster. But Biscuit has a blaster-esque thing of his own, and that is a machine. Fortunately, they just got pushed too far back. Madness was too far forward, and they could not defend that checkpoint. But is Jackpot going to be able to stabilize? ZerraZ could not find .Q maneuvering around, and this is... You have to be so good on your movement with Charger, or else you die in those situations. And this is the difference, right? This is why .Q can play this weapon, because she's going to be able to lean these pressures, these Charger shots into Leafi, who just took out that crab, and now this tower is rolling.
Yeah, now it's really scary. That last checkpoint, so important to defend. If that falls, there's really not a whole lot that's slowing it down, especially if you break through. Madness fighting with Biscuit right now does get taken down. 2 will go down, and that will end the push and defend the house, as it were. The checkpoint is theirs. But again, these jumps are coming back in. Q hitting a shot here. This is almost a wash now. FTWin had done a great job defending and trying to get back to mid. Now those two players on the right side are stuck in horrible positions. I'm not sure how they fight their way out. Based on the top of the screen, they can't fight their way out. Nobody can fight their way out. It's just Burstie probably who has to run all the way back and try to use this crab as a last-ditch effort to at least get their players in the middle of the map. Jackpot is finding another gear, madness, or magic.
You did it again, huh?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
But they really are. Q up on that top left side, and the rest of the team is focused up on this high ground. That's exactly where they need to attack from, and because FTWin had to give it up completely, it's just Burstie who can't even pop this crab without getting taken down. There's a reason we don't see it much anymore, and that is Jackpot taking home the Splat World Cup for the first time for North America. We have rung true. We have proven the international stage is ours to play in.
And they got stronger every set. I mean, it's unbelievable this late in the bracket, where I think Jared hasn't slept yet, that they would be this strong later on in the tournament, looking better and better as time went on. Talk about the map list if you want, the comps, whatever it is. Jackpot had an answer. They had incredible versatility, so many different wrinkles in their comps, proving that they have the mechanics, they have the wherewithal, they understand every aspect of this game, and their team play, when it is at its best, I mean, there aren't a whole lot of teams that are better right now. None of them were better today. Running through Rainbow, Monaka Kai, running through GodsHells, getting through FTWin not once, but twice. There were no top seeds that they did not play and they did not beat. They beat all of the top 4 teams, Magic. Their run took them through every single top 4 team, and they beat them all.
I think this will not necessarily start a revolution, but this is definitely going to mark an important change in how things are viewed, right? Yes, Koshin is going on right now. Yes, there's a lot of players who aren't here that usually are during these Splat World Championships, during these Splat World Cups. But I still think that this is an important marker that really is going to not necessarily put a target on Jackpot's back, but make sure that they are going to be not revered, but at least considered, always in the back of the minds of everyone who watches high-level Splatoon.
Well, and there's always a checkpoint to look back on, and I think for a lot of viewers, the SWC brand has kind of been associated with another chance, another crack to see if one of the top North American squads can rise to the top and break through and prove that they belong in the gauntlet of unbelievable Japanese players. I mean, we've known for a while the top level North American and European teams can go toe to toe with some of the best Japanese players. The question was always, could they do it over a full tournament? Could they do it through multiple Japanese teams? And I mean, again, like we've said, it's only one tournament. It's only 10 teams. But I've seen Jackpot lose these. I've seen an awful lot of, I've been commentating them for an awful long time, and I've seen them lose an awful lot of these. And they know it. They know that they're on a different level right now. They know that they're the strongest they've ever been, and the expectations have changed for them. This is a win that they come in feeling that they are the strongest, that they deserve, they belong to be here. And a great showing from them. And for FTWin, who made their run and looked very, very strong, I mean, this has to be encouraging. I know for them, they have set a standard for themselves where it's first place or bust. But they've recently reformed. There's a lot of things that are still changing. I mean, they don't have a natural backline player. Burstie was playing pencil for part of today, and after a while, they just decided that Kyo was going to have to be the one that would provide their tactical. I mean, they're clearly still piecing some things together, and we have a whole new meta that's going to come out as soon as the next season comes out. There's so much still up in the air, but I want to go ahead and thank all of the teams who competed today. We are going to try to get you folks an interview here with Jackpot. I know all of you are going to enjoy that. I know that Jackpot, one of the most peculiar teams when it comes to interviews. Madness always has a lot of fun when he gets interviewed here. He loves to give non sequiturs answers, make an anime reference, and then call everybody else bad. We're going to try to pull jewels of wisdom from him here today. I do not know that we will be able to do so, but I believe the SWC stream is actually grabbing them first. So the main stream, if you want to hear that, you can go find it at Splat Japan CH on YouTube. KitKat and No Risk are going to be asking them some questions. Mofugami is going to be doing the translation. Obviously, you, the English-speaking audience, will be able to hear their answers. So, you know, you might not even need to come back here to hear anymore. But please go over to that. And actually, you know what? I'm going to go do that right now because I'm curious as to what they are saying. And as I do that, Magic, I mean, what a show we got to watch today.
Like, the fact of the matter is that it wasn't just one team, it was two. And not just two, like, we also had Starburst, who played really well against
FTWin.
Against FTWin, right? And was able to get to the match with FTWin, right? The standard is increasing in North America. And that is just, I don't think that can be disputed any longer. That there are two titans in the world right now in terms of the power levels. This is going to be a contested battle. This upcoming World Championship is going to be a blast to watch. That's what this tournament tells me.
Yeah, I'm so happy that we're gonna get to see Jackpot fight on even standing on LAN to represent North America to fight this out and try to win it. But interview.
Okay, you know what's hilarious? No Risk's Discord profile picture is an Among Us.
Hate that.
Gosh. But it's so interesting, right? We're going to have No Risk, one of the very strong, very prevalent and prominent players from the Japanese Splatoon scene, talking to our best players. Like, that's a meeting of the minds right there. And I'm curious about the play-by-play that you're going to be getting from that interview. I'm very curious.
Trying to listen in. So Jared has said, we feel very good about winning. We practiced really hard. We felt we deserved to win.
Nice. Do you think they're being a little, I don't want to say abrupt, but, you know, very matter of fact because they're talking to a translator?
Yeah, as they should.
Yeah. Splatoon JP channel. So I'm going to listen as well.
So they feel that they were most confident in their prep versus FTWin. But when they were playing against the Japanese pickups, they were not as confident initially because they didn't know what they were going to face.
Interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense, right? Also, again, it is Splat Japan CH on YouTube is where we're tuning in.
So, are you there now, Magic?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So then, I guess just a quick call on what they just said there. They were asked what they do different, or what they felt was different about the Japanese teams. And they said they have odd comps and they played super aggro. Even without cooler, as soon as they got pushes, they just dove forward immediately.
It's so interesting, right? Because that's what we saw and talked about as well, right? It's just the difference in that.
Yeah. Oh. They're asking for the secret to the current strength. They're so well spoken. We're aggressive.
Truly.
We're aggressive and we have synergy. That's right. If we get questions, I'm gonna have some more pointed questions for them. So, we'll get the jewels of wisdom out of them.
And now they're gonna get questions from No Risk, it sounds like.
Correct.
Get the secrets. The secrets. Huh.
We were cracking jokes, and it just like I think the more energy we have, like it translates into the game.
Okay, okay. 正しくはそうですね。様々なプレイスタイル、その自分たちが普段戦っていない相手とのプレイスタイルに対応するのに、ちょっと時間がかかったのと、あと一番大きいのは、ちょっと目が覚めるのに、ちょっと朝が早いので、こっちは、目が覚めるのに時間がかかってしまったと。
はい。
で、まあ、もう、気づく時にはもう皆さん、ジョークを交わせる程度にはもう目が覚めていて、かなり仕上がっていたと。
はい。ありがとうございます。2つ目の質問が、個人への質問になるんですけども、Q 選手の質問で、Q 選手がすごいチームの中で、防衛の軸となってると思ったんですけれども、すごい、その立ち回りの中で、味方をサポートしようとか、 ここは引いて守ろうというそういう意識の中で立ち回りの中で意識していることを教えていただければなと思います。
Okay, this will be a direct question to Q. I thought that your position is very core to the defense of your team. Is there anything you have in mind when making certain decisions, like okay, here I'll back, or here's I'll support this ally and go forward, or
Normally, at least when I'm on charger, I try to take angles that will benefit my team. So maybe if it's playing like an off angle or somewhere that's like not normal, if it just helps in some way, then it helps them get in. Cause I'm kind of just there to be like the statue in the team. Like I don't really do much, so I'm just trying to make entries for them to go in.
I also feel like your positioning with your laser lets you like makes the enemy scared and allows us to play more aggressive than we want to.
意識していることといえば、とりあえず一番自分のチームにとってためになる角度を、陣取ることで、角度を陣取るという、そうですね。ポジションなり角度なり取ることで、もしオフアングルな位置にいる時があったとすれば、それが自分の判断で一番チームのためになると思ってたから、自分が、チームのために、石像のような、盤石な、ポジションにならなければならないから、そういった判断をしている、そういったことに基づいて判断をしているとのことです。
はい、ありがとうございます。質問は以上になります。本日は、優勝おめでとうございますということで、一つちょっと自分の方から、意気込み的なこと一つあるんですけど、本日優勝おめでとうございますということで、今後、僕もいろいろな大会に出るとかもあると思うんで、もしその際、戦うことがあったらよろしくお願いしますだけ。はい、お願いします。
Okay, this is it for my questions on my part. Again, congratulations on winning. I myself, also on the race skate, also a competitive player, and would like to, and looking forward to play against you guys someday.
We look forward to playing them too.
自分たちも、楽しみにしていますと。
はい、ありがとうございます。
いや楽しいですねこれは。次の大会で見られるかもしれないということで、
そうですね。
楽しみにしておきましょう。というわけで、皆さんありがとうございました。今回のスプラットワールドカップ2023オータム優勝はジャックポットの皆さんでした。改めておめでとうございます。Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
はい、というわけでありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
失礼いたします。Thank you!
Thank you.
では、行きましょう。
Well, folks, we'll be
というわけでお疲れ様でした。
conducting an interview with them shortly. You all probably piece that
英語が
together
苦
from
手すぎ
all
て
the we were doing, and I'm happy. Hopefully they don't all fall asleep. I know a couple of them stayed up late. Some of them got up early, but this will be a fun little interview. It's been a moment since we got to actually conduct an interview with them after a win. It's been a moment. So I think that they're gonna be pulled into here. I don't think we should move the streamer. So
Yeah. That would not be beneficial. But yes, it looks like they are all still awake, and seems like they're ready to go, or at least just chatting for right now. I need to get questions ready. Do you have questions ready?
I do.
Okay. I'm very curious to see how this is gonna go.
Well, no, the dichotomy between how they answered the the Japanese commentators versus how they answered
Right.
you and us. It's all right. I've got a couple questions to set the mood with them, so don't worry.
Still, what a day, right? This has been an absolutely ecstatic day.
Well, it's that. What's that meme? It's oof, what a day, what? And Captain, it's only Wednesday. What a week. It's only Wednesday. Here we are. It's oof, what a day. Madness. It's 9 o'clock.
Did
3 times the charm for Splatoon 3.
Yeah, that's pretty true actually.
Whew, that's how you pivot. Also, Jackpot's post of their World Cup spawned with 90 likes.
Spawn like frame 1.
Yes, frame 1.
My goodness. I'm very ready to peruse Twitter after this. This is one of the days that I will gladly actually browse it.
Okay, we hopping over? Or wait, no, are they coming over here?
They said they were going to come over to us.
Oh, there we go. There's Oh my god. You all were so respectful, so quiet, so kind to your previous interviewers. You come in here immediately, you hit us with the clothesline, and also with the football.
We had to make their grand entrance.
That was cute.
Yeah,
All right. Funny business aside, let's get down to business. First question. Madness, you haven't been slacking on your workouts, have you?
Bro, I've actually been going to the gym, but this week I've been sick. I haven't gone all week.
I can confirm he has been going. He has been going.
Dude,
Okay.
hold on. Wait, I can't even turn my camera in this BC.
No, you can't, and I'm glad you can't.
No, bro. Dude, my biceps are getting... Ah! Yo, my monitor went down. My biceps
You're
are getting
champions,
big,
everybody. You're champions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, about that.
How about that? All right, first legit question. As we were watching, we stopped counting after a while how many different comps that you all have run. I guess what was kind of the impetus for you all having so many different comps that you had prepped? Are these all things that you've been prepping for specific map modes? Is it kind of a general feeling? I think each of you played 3 or 4 different weapons throughout the tournament, and that wasn't really something I'd come to expect from you all even just a few months ago. So talk to us about that.
Jared?
Wait, me?
I can.
Why me? Yeah,
I was
me.
gonna say something.
You got it.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, so here, let me get this straight. Almost every scrim that we've done in the past, like, month, we've changed our comp every single time. Like, one scrim will run this comp, and then the next scrim will run, like, something completely different. So, we've been back and forth with weapons, you know. And then, finally, this week, we came to an agreement on what to run for zones, clams, and turf war. And then we won the turf war mode cup. And then we didn't really know what to run for the other modes, so we kind of just winged it yesterday. And we were like, guys, let's run this. And then we ran it in tournament. And then if we didn't want to play that weapon in the sets today, we just changed it.
Yeah, we made our tower control comp last night.
Yeah.
Dude, Range Blaster goes hard, though.
Yeah.
It really does. It works though. I mean, we're obviously very flexible, and then it makes it so one comp from another team can't counter us, and we're always able to adapt.
I like that. I really was impressed seeing, and I kind of had in the back of my head, it was sort of like they couldn't have prepped all this ahead of time. There's got to be some feeling that's involved in it. But like, we watched the interview that you were doing with the JP casters, and you talked a little bit about, like, I don't know, as the day was going on, you were like cracking more jokes. You felt like you were getting stronger. You were waking up a little bit. What would you say was the hardest set that you played today? I mean, obviously the FTWin set went like super, super close, but you had a super close set with GodsHells, and even the games that you played against Rainbow Monaka Kai in your very first set were a lot closer than the 2-0 would indicate. So which was the hardest set for you all?
For me personally, I think it was GodsHells. Yeah.
It was the Umami Zones one.
Yeah. Yeah, GodsHells for sure. FTWin got 2 Mickey Mouse wins on Rainmaker and Climb Blitz. No skill modes.
Yo.
So
is that why you threw? Is that why?
it was a tactical loss on our part. It was a tactical loss on our part.
Tactical loss.
How to make
Okay.
it more interesting.
I actually do want to ask about that. What was the idea on Wahoo Clams for that play at the end?
I don't know, bro.
Wait,
That
Obi
was
Kraken
lying
and jumped in?
damage. Yeah,
Bro,
that was a high
beats
moment.
me. I actually
Yeah, nobody
don't know.
knows except me, and I
So-
don't even know.
The thing is, when somebody makes a call, we listen to it, and the call was made, and it was a bad call. But we listened to the call, which I think is a good trait to have, even
Yeah.
though
They trusted me, and I let them down. That's what they just saw me.
Can I just say, in all the interviews we've conducted, I think that's the best piece that you've given us from your interviews. Like, that's legitimately good insight into how you all think. Like, somebody gave the call, you didn't waste time, you just did it, and in the heat of the moment, it wasn't the right call. But
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, it feels like y'all make the right call.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's see. So we talked a lot on the broadcast about how this was kind of like tailor-made to be the perfect opportunity for you all to kind of, I don't know, get yourself ready both mentally and from a gameplay standpoint. This is a pretty similar format to Worlds. There's going to be not the exact same number of teams, but similar. There's going to be some early matches. It's going to be a long bracket. You're going to have to fight strong JP. You're going to have to fight strong Western teams. What does this do for your confidence? I know y'all are pretty confident as a whole, but I have to imagine this one was special.
All right, let me say this one. I have a few worries. So basically, it feels really good to win because we're actually putting practice in. I don't know if you're familiar with Valorant lore, but we pulled a Sentinels where we won a major and stopped practicing because you should have seen mine, Jared, and Manus's hours on Apex Legends and Valorant before 20.
Oh,
But we actually had to boss up and practice, and it showed today.
Yeah, for sure.
So what is the prep then going into the World Championship season? You've got a little over a month right now. We're obviously going to have chill season start. That's going to bring a new meta in. I'm assuming that now at this point, it's going to be a little less Valorant, a little less Apex, and a little more hone in on this.
Yeah.
For sure. We're gonna try to enter whatever Japanese tournaments we can. Just playing whatever teams we can. Whatever makes us better. Just want to play the game.
Do you think? Are you worried that the Koshin Finals winner is going to be stronger than the teams that you played against today?
yes.
Yes.
They
always
they
gonna
most
get better.
definitely will be, but I'm not worried about it. I still am confident that we're gonna beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
It's
can
like a
definitely do
worry
it.
thing, but I think they will be stronger because, like, as well, like the Nobunaga team is also really strong, but like it's kind of hard for them to win just because of how like Charger is in turf form meta. So kind of teams that are more adapting to the turf form meta itself, like I don't know. I think the GodsHells could do pretty well, but I'm not sure if they're qualified or not.
I don't
I think so.
the God's Hell squad. I think some of them did. Like, it's so bizarre. Like, some of these players, like Shuma's technically won a Koshin, the elementary school Koshin, but like
Yeah.
some of these players won Koshins with rosters that they're not on today. So it's hard to get a real sense of it.
Yeah.
How do you feel about how FTWin's done since they've come back? I mean, you all obviously have gotten to prep against them, you've gotten to play against them, but I mean, what do you think North American Splatoon is at right now as a whole? I know you guys feel pretty confident in your standing in it, but it was really cool to see 3 strong North American teams fight it out today. And even Moonlight had some close games with GodsHells.
I think NA is in a good spot in terms of like skill level. They really everybody's really stepped it up and they all want to improve, and that's nice to see. Not gonna lie.
I think everybody had a decent showing today.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
I think Moonlight did pretty good in the games I watched. Like the scores didn't say otherwise, but they felt like they did pretty good, and FTWin obviously did good. They made it to Grand, so respect.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, Ikanabe, the South Korean team, they took a game off of release. I mean, y'all didn't play release, but they almost beat FTWin, and then the South Korean team took a game from them. We didn't get to spectate it at all, but that was a pleasant surprise to see. South Korea doesn't have a lot of history in Splatoon, to my knowledge. So
They don't, but they did pretty good against Moonlight too. They had pretty good games. It was just again.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever watched a Korean team play, but seeing them do well against teams that we know and love is kind of cool.
Yeah.
One more thing I do want to ask. We saw a lot of 96 Deco, even from you guys and FTWin today. Where did that come from? Was that like the NA teams sharing the technology?
If you
or is
can't
that...
beat them, join them.
Yeah. But then we started losing with this. I was just like, nah, I'm done. No more. I'm done playing that weapon for a bit. I need to get better at it. Yeah. But it's a good weapon. It's just.
It's a good weapon, but
It's
It's
not
just-
universal, I think. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
good
not
everywhere.
universal. There's ways to counter it. It's just like I think the more we play against it, the more we understand how to counter it. So I think that's why we started like
Shout
straying away
out to
from it.
Moonlight for helping us.
Yeah.
Shout out to Moonlight. Shout out to Ant from Starburst.
Giving you guys
That's
all
so
the
cool.
tech. Well, I guess my final question for you all. I asked you this as soon as you qualified for Japan. I asked, "How's your Japanese?" And I asked in Japanese. So again, I ask, "Nihongo wo hanashimasu ka?"
Konnichiwa.
So that's a no.
I know what that means. I remember you asked me this at PAX too.
Yeah, I
I
remember
still
you
got
asked
it.
both of us. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I kind of stopped because like I'm in the middle of like finals and stuff.
Oh,
But-
okay.
Towards this month, like coming into December, I'll get back on it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to know enough to get around, and I think I'm like on track to like get there. You know what I mean? I'm getting to the point where I can understand like things, but I just like I'm not confident in speaking it.
I mean that's still pretty good. That's
Yeah,
still pretty good. From what I hear, there's a lot of English in Tokyo anyway. So
yeah, I can understand like common words and phrases. I'm just like not super confident in speaking like full sentences or anything.
I don't know a thing, bro. Won't lie.
07.
I know
Yeah,
how to say water.
Mizu.
Yeah, Mizu. I know how to say sushi. Sushi.
Okay, bro.
all right. Well, this is a bad question. Thank you for the good answers, Leafi and Q. I don't know why I posed this when Madness was in the
What?
chat, but-
Wait, what do you mean by that? I give good
Your
answers. I
first
bring
thing was
comedy to the
konnichiwa.
table.
Oh my god.
I bring comedy to the table.
You're doing
Everybody,
something.
I can't deny that.
for all the viewers who woke
I'm
up
saying.
early to watch you guys win, do you have anything that you want to say here before we let you all either go to sleep or wake up and get the rest of your day going?
Thank you, everybody, for supporting us. I love you all.
Yeah, we're
Follow me
back.
on Twitter. Follow me on
All right,
Twitch.
so
Yeah, what
Retweet
he
my
said, what he
latest
said.
tweet.
yeah, we are back. Don't doubt us. We're not washed. We just need to play the game.
Yeah, Leafy, play the game.
Madness.
Bro, it's all of you three.
Seven,
What do you
seven,
mean,
seven,
bro? I'm like,
seven,
what?
Okay, actually, Jared gets a
seven,
pass. You
win.
should. You're
Seven,
24 hours
seven,
streaming, but
win.
like, bro, Madness and
7-7
Leafy?
win. 7-7-7 win. Good night.
Play the
Shut up, bro.
We should get that trending.
I
Oh,
know.
thanks.
Honor is trending after we won Max. You get that trending again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo,
You got
chat.
that, man.
Yo, chat. Is this real chat?
Okay, bro. Oh, you gotta end this interview ASAP.
Yeah, no, we're done here. Thank you. Thank you all. Great job. Congratulations again on your win. We can't wait to see what you have in store for the World Championship in Japan. I want to see if you all can finally bring it back home. But until then, keep practicing, stay sharp. Can't wait to see what you all are able to do. Congratulations again.
Thank you,
so much,
Nine.
Thank
man.
you.
Follow me back on Twitter, Nine.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa!
You win Worlds. I'll follow you on Twitter.
All right, bet.
Whoa.
I want to win Worlds now. Yo, chat. 5 gifted. I win Worlds.
All right, bro. Just leave, bro. Just leave.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, guys. I gotta use the bathroom. All right, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good morning. Good night.
What?
Okay, I was wondering how long Jared was going to be there. Oh, good God. We got a couple jewels out of that. I'm calling that a rousing success of an interview. I'm going to be honest here.
Certainly.
There were,
Oh, yeah.
and kudos to you for asking about that specific moment that pulled up the actual insight of Jackpot, not them simply saying they're aggro, we have good synergy. Like, we all know that. They know that too. But when Leafi says the call was made and we trust the call when it's made, and it was just the wrong call. And it's like, there you go. That's someone says shoot left, they shoot left. Someone says jump to me, they jump to me. And we talk so much about speed in this game. The speed of call outs is too slow. Well, that's one way to speed it up. Your teammate makes a call. You don't ask questions. You don't ask for clarification. You simply do it.
Speed and trust.
Magic, where can the people find you? Because we are going on 4.5 hours of this right now, and I would like to end this before we get to 5.
Yeah, same. Twitter handle is obviously on the screen right now. Blue Sky is Magic 8 Ball. Blue Sky Social, whatever the ending is for the normal ones. Also, you can see me at Genesis. Genesis X is going to be February 16th through the 18th in San Jose, California. Show up if you can. If you can't, I understand, but I figure I'd throw it out there. Nye, where can people find you?
You can find me at 9 Whole Grains on every major platform because nobody else took the name. And I'll again remind everybody that the final Koshin qualifier is happening today and tomorrow. Please watch that if you want to see more high-level Splatoon. King's Cup 2 will be happening December 2nd. Top-level Japanese tournament that had over 300 teams last time that it happened. And the final Koshin qualifier that determines who gets to go to Worlds will be happening on December 16th and December 17th. So a lot of great Splatoon to be played in just the next few weeks. And of course, as Magic said, sign up for Genesis. Get over there if you can. You never know how many more lands we're going to have, so get to them while you can. You won't regret it. Genesis has always brought fantastic sets to the table. But from all of us here at the Splat World Cup, we want to thank all of the production team, and there are entirely too many of them, and they speak entirely too many languages, so I can't possibly thank all of them by name, but I can certainly thank Oda, DRF, Vapor, Mofugami, the folks who got in and helped us bring this to you and who did a lot of the work there. I know our production team hasn't slept yet, and they probably want us to shut up so they can go to sleep. So from all of us here at Splat World Cup, thank you for joining us today, and stay fresh.